Chapter 1355. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 31 seconds p.m. Chapter 1355. Come again? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1355. Come again? Anna didn't say anything toward Lionel's words. But, seeing the state little Black Star was in, her expression, too, turned cold. She had been too wrapped up in her initial guilt to feel the same rage Lionel did. But, after that faded, it wasn't a surprise that she didn't feel too differently. However, for the three listening to this conversation, they felt like they were listening to an insane pair of people. You wanted to meet a Shadow Sovereign? Excuse me? Just judging by the state little Black Star was in, this Shadow Sovereign was most likely at least within the 6th dimension, if not higher. The fact they had deployed their shadow domain here also likely meant that they were array packs. It had to be understood that ray packs with non-physical type ability indexes were extraordinarily rare. Often, they were taken to be cripples by their race. However, there were a small percentage of this already rare contingent that were seen as even more valuable than those with the most powerful physical type ability indexes. In this case, a Shadow Sovereign would most definitely be among this number. This meant that this Raypax wasn't just a ruined Raypax, it was definitely an elite amongst ruined Raypax, and would be treated as such. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. That was because there was a hidden struggle between Shadow Sovereigns that only involved them. Each Shadow Sovereign was a unique sort of existence, but it was also very difficult for them to improve as a result. However, swallowing another Shadow Sovereign's domain was an easy shortcut to this sort of improvement. It wasn't a matter of if the Shadow Sovereign was coming, it was a matter of when. With little Black Star in such a vulnerable position, he was practically easy food. The fact that little Black Star was a beast only made it all the more enticing, because his beast crystal could be taken and swallowed as well, allowing the Raypax to benefit twice over. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext. To experience faster update speed, they should be running for their lives, not standing menacingly out in the open as though they couldn't wait for confrontation. That was suicide. The middle young man finally couldn't seem to take it anymore and stepped forward. Listen, I know exactly how my words are going to come off as, but I don't care. Our lives are on the line here. It's fine if you want to stay and get revenge for your beast companion, but we can't risk our lives along with you. If you could tell us which direction is closest to the exit, I would greatly appreciate it. The young man was known as Ogre. He tried to choose an approach that was respectful, but also forceful in what he was asking. He didn't want this to devolve into a battle, but if it had to, he was ready nonetheless. He had no will to risk his life for the sake of a little beast he had just met. At the same time, he knew that he had no right to ask for information this very same little beast had risked its life to get. However, without this information, he didn't believe he could survive. Towards such ends, he could only choose the path of the hypocrite. No one would care about this in 10 years when he was alive and these two were dead. However, what Ogre hadn't expected was that direction. You can go now. Lionel pointed straight between two of the entrances and toward an expanse of fog. He didn't particularly care whether these people stayed with them or not. And the truth was that he hadn't wanted to take them along to begin with. The only reason he had was because of his conscience. However, since they wanted to go, he wouldn't stop them. Ogre froze. He opened his mouth to say thank you, but then he suddenly thought of a large problem. What if he was lying? His heart began to beat out of his chest. Technically, they were all still in competition, right? What if Lionel wanted a convenient method of dealing with them? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Ogre didn't know what to say or do for a very long time. He couldn't even think of a way to ensure that this was the truth. Are you lying to us? The only young woman of the three stepped forward, her brows knit into a frown. Roxanne, we need to ask. If he's sending us off to our deaths out of spite, then wouldn't we be dying for nothing? It's true that he doesn't owe us anything, but that wouldn't give him the right to screw us over, right? The last of the three stepped forward, realizing that there was only one side of this issue that he could stand upon. If he didn't side with Roxanne and Ogre, he he would have no way of confirming his own safety as well. Lionel met the momentum of the three across from him with a deadpan expression. Quite frankly, he wasn't in the mood, not at all. This was the absolute worst time for anyone to antagonize him. He was very close to attacking and leaving them here to rot in their own foolishness. Even though he could understand where they were coming from, he simply didn't have the patience for it. The fact they had run into him in the first place was already a blessing for them, but it seemed that they hadn't realized this. Even their previous battle had only ended because his father had scared the Raypaks they were fighting away. How exactly do you expect us to prove this to you? Surprisingly, it was Aina who spoke instead, her expression frosting over as her battle axe vibrated. There's a simple solution. You seem to care about your beast partner, and it's in far too injured a state to help you in battle regardless. Give it to us, and well, follow your directions. That way we'll be rest assured in the fact you aren't lying to us. Roxanne had hardly finished her words when she felt her knees go weak. Come again? Aina asked coldly. Chapter 1356. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 30 seconds p.m. Chapter 1356. Bully if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1356 Bully. It was oh so very convenient. The logic was sound, and there was nothing wrong with it in a perfectly neutral sort of sense. Taking Little Blackstar with them would definitely guarantee that it would be in Lionel's best interest not to lie to them. After all, he cared about his beast companion surviving, right? It was clever. However, it was from that point that everything else collapsed. Lionel owed these people nothing. Why would he leave his little brother with three individuals he had just as little trust in as they did him? On top of that, just because he hadn't said anything about it didn't mean that Lionel didn't notice their shift in demeanor when learning that Blackstar was a Shadow Sovereign. Just how convenient was this? They got to force Lionel to hand over someone dear to him, and in their minds, he would likely die seeking revenge, and then they would get a convenient and very valuable beast to use or sell in the future. Was there anything in the world that could be so good? If it wasn't for Aina stepping forward first, Lionel would have likely already lashed out, his smoldering fury bubbling over to deal with these three before he met the thing that had put his little brother in such a state. They'll give you all 3 seconds to get the fuck out of my sight, or it'll make it so that you can't even if you want to. Aina's aura pressed down on them from above, and it suddenly became obvious why she was the only one who seemed completely unmoved by Lionel's own every time. You? Roxanne's brows jumped, but the fiery glow of Aina's golden eyes seemed to suppress her impulse to react before it could even manifest. A menacing darkness loomed overhead, and Aina's canines grew as delicate black patterns ran over her skin. The oppression seemed to triple in an instant, only growing with every passing moment that went by. Lionel's gaze shifted from the three before them to the intricate tattoos forming on Aina's toned back. They followed her curves and gave her a bestial sort of aura that was highly enticing. Abyssal Panther, Lionel had almost forgotten that Aina had gained this treasure from terrain, and most importantly, had forgotten exactly what that meant and represented. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. It wasn't entirely Lionel's fault. He hadn't been there when Aina first unchained herself from her curse, and City Lord White had called her a Blood Sovereign. Lionel was still ignorant to this, or even what such a title even meant. But what he didn't know were two things. First, Aina could do what other humans could not in absorbing beast blood and taking their strengths as her own. This meant she could essentially create any lineage factor she wanted, so long as she had the blood to do it. And second, her existence was a lethal attraction to invalids, and especially variant invalids. In her rage, Aina's blood had begun to boil, and her abyssal panther blood resurfaced, giving her a carnivorous edge. The first second felt like an eternity, but the second whizzed by so fast that it felt like they had been thrust into a pot of boiling oil. Their feet lit, and their hearts threatened to jump out of their throats. Without a word, they dashed away, feeling the oppression about to suffocate them from all sides. The three clenched their fists as they picked a tunnel to rush into, unsurprisingly in the direction of Lionel's finger. If I wasn't so injured, Roxanne's nails dug into her palms, soothing herself with these thoughts of revenge and excuses. Ultimately, they were geniuses in their own right. How could they feel good about any of this? Now, they could only hope that Lionel truly hadn't lied. "You didn't run into any invalids while you were away?" Lionel suddenly asked. Anna's back was still faced toward him, and he couldn't seem to take his eyes off of her slowly receding tattoos. Anna turned back and smiled like a blossoming flower. It was just a simple question, but its meaning meant the world to her. Lionel was actually asking about her well-being. She didn't think she would miss something so simple, so profoundly. "A small bit. I entered a subdimensional zone of the Silver Empire a few months ago and ran into some trouble there. But I came out fine." Lionel's brows shot up when he heard the words Silver Empire. It was an interesting coincidence. After a moment, Lionel nodded. Anna's words seemed to remind him of something else. As much as he wanted to control everything, there had been certain points where his people had been just fine on their own. His brothers had survived years in the dimensional verse without him. Anna had been through countless life and death experiences when he was nowhere to be found. Even the likes of Savon had been all on her own for a very long time. It was easy for him to only see things he had been through and filter everything through that lens. But there were people around him that had arguably been through worse. Every time he tried to shoehorn them into needing his protection, he was actually belittling them. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. Have you thought about finding more powerful blood to ingest? I'm holding back on doing that for now. I'm very close to grasping a new evolved force. Once I do, it'll burn away what remains of my curse and breakthrough. "Oh, you're still holding back, huh?" Lionel chuckled. Anna grinned. "It's okay. You're still handsome when your face is swollen. I don't mind protecting you for a few more decades." "Decades?" Lionel scoffed. "Like I said, I can beat you right now. Maybe you can, but would you?" Anna blinked innocently, stretching her arms down toward her back and clasping her palms to rest on her ass. She leaned forward slightly, and almost instantly, her chest seemed to double in size, her eyes glittering as she observed Lionel. Lionel opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly found that his throat had dried out. Damn hormones, they had failed him again. Lionel shook his head and looked away. "Come on, little Black Star. Let's go kill some Rapax. She really thinks she can bully us into submission." Anna's smile brightened as Lionel turned and walked away. She hadn't been this happy in a very long time. She sent a glance toward where the three youths had disappeared before entering a different entrance with Lionel. Not long after they had left. Bang! A Rapax fell heavily from above, its silver body rippling with power and strength. Its head turned from side to side, eyeing three entrances before it made a choice and dove into one. Chapter 1357. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 29 seconds p.m. Chapter 1357. Easy to trust if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1357. Easy to trust. Anna thought about going to kill those three. It would make her feel more at ease. Plus, there was also the chance that she would be able to take the final step toward earning an amethyst token if she did. But she decided against it. For one, she didn't want to waste her and Lionel's time. Plus, though she knew Lionel likely wouldn't stop her, he wouldn't be ecstatic about it either. He was always soft when it came to that kind of thing, and Anna wasn't fooled by his newfound bravado. Under the surface, he was still very much the same Lionel. If anything, he was only being more open with his true self around her. The core parts of his character had always remained unchanged. There's no need to be so eager. Karma has its way of working things out. Anna shook her head. You? Believing in karma? You could come up with a better lie. You know, you just don't want me to kill them. Lionel smiled, lightly stroking little Black Star's head. The little one was doing a bit better now, but Lionel could still feel him wince from time to time. He He was too sensitive to little black star's usual state to miss when he had shifted so far from baseline. Others might have a hard time reading a beast's emotions, but that wasn't the case for Lionel, especially when it came to a beast he was so intimately familiar with. A small distraction was exactly the kind of thing Lionel needed right now. Usually, such a thing would be almost impossible to find in a place like this, but he happened to have Aina by his side. As much as she had missed his care, Lionel had almost forgotten how much he liked to just talk with her. Lionel didn't get to do much talking these days. His most recent intimate conversations were with a 1,000-year-old ghost, and the other was in a drunken state he would rather forget. If Raj ever let him, that is. In a lot of ways, during their time together, Aina had become his best friend. This was maybe the greatest aspect of their relationship he had been ignoring the fact he missed. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed, though they had been cordial over the last few days. And even somewhat close, there had always been a barrier there that neither had crossed, Aina out of respect and Lionel out of stubbornness. But this was why the words of his father were so profound to Lionel. He remembered that day he was in the Mayan tomb, a naked girl kneeling over him and threatening to choke what remained of his life out of his body. Back then, he had realized it was his 18th birthday, and he sighed in relief. He had sighed in relief because if he died after his 18th birthday, it would no longer be his father's burden. His dad wouldn't have to feel guilt. He would have done his duty in getting Lionel to adulthood. It had been so long since then, but the sentiment still hung over Lionel's head. But his father's words seemed to snap him away. There wasn't some demarcating line where a father stopped being a father and a son stopped being a son. Lionel's logical brain had tried to make it like that, but it simply wasn't how life worked. To his dad, he was probably the very same baby boy he had been more than 2 decades ago. His father's words had sounded sharp and grating, but to Lionel, they were like a pass. His father reminding him that it was all right for him to take his time to grow, that he didn't have to be perfect immediately, that he still had his old man protecting him to his front. When it came to his father, it was very easy for Lionel to trust. Maybe not karma in the normal sense, but the old ghost has told me a lot of interesting things about force and how it breathes life into everything around it. It made me think if force is the underlying foundation to all that there is, and every action causes a disruption in it, then there might very well be some supernatural balance that keeps everything in check. Who knows? Maybe karma is real then. Aina blinked. Old ghost. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Netta. Lionel laughed. He had forgotten that there were now things in his life Aina was completely ignorant to. He was so used to telling her everything and her knowing everything he meant that he hadn't considered an opposing worldview. When Aina was caught up with Y-Star Order and everything related to him, her brows shot up. Unsurprisingly, she didn't like the idea of Lionel being in a constant death match with an old man so much more seasoned and experienced than him. But it seemed that there would be no convincing Lionel otherwise, so she could only take a step back in this regard. Aina fell into her thoughts, her mind suddenly feeling as though it was blooming toward something new. The words Lionel had used to explain how Y-Star Order viewed the dimensional verse weren't things that she had ever heard before. No, it was more accurate to say that she had known of them, but she had never heard them stated so clearly and firmly. It made her wonder, was this how her intuition worked? Did the Force speak to her like it had a life of their own? Is that what was always whispering to her whenever she made a decision about her training? Whenever she chose ingredients for a meal or a pill concoction? Aina's breathing grew deep and unhurried, her gaze glazing over for several moments. Seeing this, Lionel smiled but didn't say anything. It seemed that she was having another breakthrough. Right then, Lionel's gaze suddenly sharpened. He gently placed Little Black Star on Aina's shoulder before his figure vanished. In the very next instant, he had appeared dozens of meters away, soaring through the air above the head of a ruined Rapax. His eyes glowed with a hidden crimson light, a murderous intent erupting from him. Chapter 1358. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 27 seconds p.m. Chapter 1358. Couldn't if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 1358 couldn't bang. Lionel's fist flew forward like a falling meteor, shattering the metallic carapace of ruined Rapax before him. From start to finish, it had been an absolute slaughter. What had started off as a Rapax stalking their position had immediately turned into an all-out assault. In one moment, Lionel had been by Aina's side. In the next, he was above a Rapax's head, his fist falling as though an ice-infused rock through the atmosphere. His gaze flashed with a hidden rune, his body covered in a destructive crimson coating that seemed to burn everything in its path. In a single strike, a Tier 9 5th Dimension ruined Rapax had fallen without even a method to fight back. As cautious as Lionel had been last time, he didn't even bother to store this Rapax away before it died. His foot stamped down on its neck, shattering its spine and severing his head from its shoulders. Then, he ripped out what remained of its spine, taking with it its tail. He snapped it all together, squeezing tight until the joints crumpled together into a long makeshift polearm with a scorpion-like blade on one end. It alone was easily over 3 meters long, but Lionel didn't seem to care at all. Ignoring the dismembered corpse, he took his new spear and turned back to find Aina waiting with little Blackstar in her arms. "Don't look at me like that. There was really nothing I could say this time," Lionel said. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed. It was true. The Rapax had just fallen from the skies, and it tried to stalk them. Maybe because it had more questions than answers about certain things. It wasn't exactly the situation for Lionel to explain things before he acted. No, you definitely could have, but that's not what I'm looking at you for. You got stronger again. Oh, that. I was teetering on a breakthrough before I fought the 6th-dimensional ruined Rapax, and I broke through just before I beat it. It's pretty useful. Aina's irises twinkled. Her senses weren't as sharp as Lionel's, but her battle sense and intuition was on a different level entirely. She could tell that Lionel's force output, as in the strength in his arms and legs, hadn't changed at all. And yet, somehow, his damage potential had skyrocketed enough to make a ruined Rapax look like Play-Doh. The difference was enormous. Of course, the only ruined Rapax Lionel had fought until now was a 6th-dimensional one, so he didn't have an appropriate gauge for how powerful they were in the 5th dimension. But they still knew enough to know that they should be more powerful than that. This breakthrough Lionel was speaking of was the formation of his Scarlet Star rune. He had been on the verge of forming it before, and just barely managed to against the 6th-dimensional ruined Rapax. Unfortunately, against it, it hadn't been enough. But against its lower-dimensional counterpart, it was a different matter entirely. In its presence, things tended to become far more fragile than they really were, and even without any additional force output, it was as though the world scaled down in its sturdiness to benefit Lionel. Plus, it felt more pointed and controlled. Lionel was a bit confident now that he could use a spear without destroying it, but he still chose this route instead so that he could fine-tune some things. This spear would do him well enough for now. Plus, he felt that he was close to Tier 6 after forming his rune, and he didn't want to have to lose another spear under the whims of a sudden breakthrough as his 8-star formed. Aina, though, didn't take her off of Lionel. "I know I look very valiant just now, but I have a head between these broad shoulders." Lionel feigned hurt. "You can't just look at me like a slab of meat." Aina was caught off guard for a moment before she sputtered. She knew this was Lionel's way of getting her back for just moments before. Maybe only these two could so casually banter this deep into enemy territory as though there wasn't a hunter coming at them right this moment. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, that's not it. It's just that your dad seemed to have done something to you. You don't feel any different? Nothing's changed? Lionel paused for a moment, not answering immediately. The two broke out into a run once again, heading down the winding tunnels. Lionel's sense of direction was immaculate, and despite the number of twists and turns they took, He was always able to point out the very same direction he had pointed out to the three youths that had followed them. He only had two goals in mind. The first was to avoid the center of these nests. There was no doubt that they were the most protected regions, and they would also have the most powerful warriors. The center was where the eggs should converge and be located, so it made sense they would be the most heavily guarded. With this goal in mind, he had to ensure that the paths he took brought him closer to the direction he wanted to go while not locking them into an obvious death sentence. The second goal, obviously, was to continue to head in the direction of the nearest exit. I'm not sure. It both feels like I've changed and that I haven't. My mind is clearer and more relaxed. My number of split minds increased another tenfold from 10 million, and I've suddenly thought of countless other ways to use my ability index. But I also don't feel different. It just feels natural. Lionel knew that there was something off. His ability had gone from being suppressed back down to Tier 3 to suddenly being stronger within Tier 4 than he had ever been in a benign environment. He had no doubt that if he returned to a lesser world now, he would experience another huge burst to his ability that was still being hampered here. It was just that he couldn't understand why. Fallen Apostle's reception has been amazing. Thank you all for the support. Chapter 1359, published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 25 seconds p.m. Chapter 1359. Square one if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1359. Square one. Lionel had been aware that his father had been tinkering with his body for a long while. Maybe it took a personality like Lionel's to not be bothered by it in the slightest. The first oddity was obviously the vomit smoothies he had been forced to drink for as long as he could remember. His father had been so insistent that despite hating it with all his being, Lionel still never missed a single day. In the end, it seemed to have been worth it. Originally, Lionel had thought that it was designed to strengthen his body. Right after the metamorphosis, his body seemed to undergo odd burst periods where his speed and strength would increase faster than they should for a person without using a special training technique or method. But after reawakening his innate node, Lionel became almost 100% certain that the smoothies were actually for the purpose of providing enough strength to allow him to accomplish such a feat. Something he hadn't quite understood was an enormous deal until meeting Y-Star Order. However, now Lionel was suddenly not so sure anymore. For one, the entire reason he had such an enormous store of anarchic force within his body to begin with was because, according to Y-Star Order, he had stolen energy from the regulator. If the energy he needed to reform his innate node came from the regulator, then what role did the smoothies play? Was he overthinking things? Had he been mistaken? Or was it that both had played a role? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Lionel suddenly felt that he understood far too little about his dad. The man was messing with his son's body as though he had access to the knobs that defined everything that was him. That old man probably knows how to create lineage factors. I don't doubt it at all. Lionel thought to himself. Lionel shook his head, his mind somehow both absent and running 1,000,000 miles an hour at the same time. His father seemed to be dealing with a burden he wasn't telling anyone about. Lionel wanted to help, but there was really only so much he could do, not while he was still so weak. This was another large part of the reason he had made the decision to set aside the king nonsense for now to focus on blooming his own strength. As for how he would do that, he would just continue almost the path he was already on, focusing on comprehending his innate node. He hadn't forgotten that ticking time bomb was still looming over his head. At the same time, he also had to gain a firmer comprehension of his ability index as well, though that no longer seemed to be as important now that he could access Tier 4 on the Void battlefield. Y-Star Order had said that Lionel's Dream Force affinity was far too high for the level of mastery he had over his ability index, but he still had no real idea how to use it. This situation seemed to answer the question of how quite well. His father had sealed a portion of his ability, or at least what seemed like his ability. As for what extent, by Lionel's estimation, it should probably be a level infinitesimally close to the Savant realm. If he was truly a savant, he shouldn't be able to utilize force or comprehend the universal cycles. So this was the best explanation he could come up with. Of course, Lionel had thought of the wild possibility that his father had actually suppressed his ability from the savant levels down to normal ranges precisely, so that he could do what savants normally could not. But after some more thought, Lionel felt that this was likely not the case. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net while it wasn't the first time his father had accomplished something impossible, this felt like far more of a special case. During the months Lionel was bedridden and couldn't move, he had had a great number of talks with Y-Star Order, and in that time, he had come to understand savants a bit more. The main reason Lionel thought it was impossible was because suppressing the ability of savants wasn't a rare ability. No, it was rare. It was instead more accurate to say that all those of a certain level of power could do so. This power referred not to individual power, but rather the power of a family or organization. The suppression and control of savants was an entire sort of industry in and of itself, and it wasn't as difficult as it might seem, or else savants would rule everything. In fact, the favored method of organizations and families that had savants was precisely to suppress them from Tier 5 down to a lesser Tier 4 or Tier 3. In extreme cases, it was even possible to suppress a savant down to the point they had no ability to access whatsoever, exactly like Earth had done with its savants. The methods range from as simple as Earth's, which only required isolating the savants from force, to far more sophisticated methods wherein savants might even end up permanently crippled without special intervention. This was all to say that even in such situations where savants were suppressed to lesser tiers, they were still unable to do as Lionel could do and begin to increase their strength as a normal person would. The moment you were born a savant, you were forever cut off from such things. And that didn't even consider the biggest elephant in the room. If Lionel was born a savant, he would have never been gifted an innate node by the regulator to begin with. Savants couldn't have or form nodes, so they likewise couldn't have innate nodes. In addition, if a savant were to be given control over Scarlet Star Force, they would be similar to Elther and his chaotic particle affinity. They wouldn't be given an innate node to begin with. This evidence left Lionel at a bit of a loss for how to comprehend his father's actions. It truly felt too disjointed and none of it made sense. So, he was right back to square one, not understanding a thing. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1360, published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 24 seconds p.m., Chapter 1360. Profound analysis. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1360 profound analysis. Wasn't all bad, though. This gave Lionel a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Without having to worry about the weakness of his ability index for a while, he could focus on his Scarlet Star innate node like he had wanted to. The formation of a single rune seemed to remind Lionel of just how far away he was from comprehending it entirely. This singular rune was just a small branch of a small corner of a small segment of a small piece of the overall natural force art that called his innate node home. Having comprehending a single one, his force seemed to flow smoother and his destructive capability had skyrocketed. But other than this, it was just a reminder that he was weak. If I had to improve, what would you say I have to do? Lionel suddenly asked Dana. The two had been running for quite a while, but the tunnels were far too expansive. They hadn't even run into another Raypax in over an hour. Lionel's sense of direction had remained true, and they were getting closer to their destination. Right now, Lionel could imagine them curling around the center of this particular nest, avoiding its core regions while slingshotting closer to the exit. This method would take longer, but it was also safer. And with the boost to his internal sight, Lionel could ensure that it stayed that way. As much as he wanted revenge for Little Black Star, there were only so many Shadow Sovereigns the Raypax could have. Not to mention the fact they were a rare breed to begin with, the Raypax rarely awakened such abilities as well. To Lionel, this meant that he would be able to find this individual again in due time, so long as they didn't die. You're asking me? Aina raised an eyebrow. I don't know if I'm the best to ask. The path I take is different from yours. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed. Aina and Lionel never really interfered in each other's training. They just left each other to their own devices. So, Aina was a bit caught off guard by this question as well. I want to know your opinion. When our minds connected, you felt it too, right? Aina blushed slightly. That experience was a bit, well, she had definitely been impulsive. But, whether it was true or not, she still felt that allowing Lionel into her mind like that had made it far easier for him to make the decision he had just moments ago. She wasn't wrong in thinking this either. Though Lionel had tried to ignore it, Aina's emotions had hit him like a ton of bricks. But, as he had said, he was very good at closing himself off from such emotions. Aina had mostly been able to ignore that moment because she fell into a deep sleep right afterward. But now that Lionel had brought it up, all those memories kept rushing back. It was just a shame that Lionel's mind was far too complex for her to truly understand in that short span of time. Unlike Wise Star Order, she couldn't shift through millions of minds in the blink of an eye. I did, but it was too vague. It was hard to get a read on you because you have too many split minds. And at the same time, my ability weakened a lot when applied to another person. That's fine. Just tell me your perspective. Well, I don't really need to tell you what my ability thought. I can just tell you what I think from observing you. When you said you could beat someone as powerful as me 10 out of 10 times, I don't think you were lying, but I think that's actually part of the problem. Well, it isn't objectively a problem, but it's rather a problem relatively speaking considering the path you seem to be taking. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net Lionel was intrigued. He was interested in what Aina wanted to say. Right now, you're focusing on your innate node, and rightfully so. Most probably should do that, especially if you're on a ticking time clock like your ancestors said. But, given your battle style, it might make more sense to focus more on your ability instead. Your raw battle strength isn't your greatest strength, your mind is. Battle sense is something that's difficult to quantify, and it's especially so for you. Within a certain reasonable range, even without time to prepare, I would think that there are a rare few people you can't defeat. If you had time to prepare, I think that even outside a reasonable range, you could still find a path to victory. But that's exactly the problem. Honing your strength requires repeatedly nailing down your strengths, then doubling and tripling down. It's all about reproducing results and making sure that your battles are almost formulaic in their outcome. In my opinion, the strongest warriors are those that can force any enemy to fight on their chosen battlefield. Then, upon making said enemy meet you on your terms, you can reproduce the same victory again and again. You, though, are the exact opposite. Because your mind is your greatest asset, the more variables there are, the more randomness and variety, the higher your chances. But because of that, you can't reproduce your results. Every victory looks different, and you don't mind meeting an enemy on their battlefield. This can look like a good thing, but what it also means is that a large majority of the training you do ends up being wasted. For every 100% increase to your overall strength, the strongest person you can defeat increases by a marginal amount until you trigger a watershed. Sometimes the return is even worse. One day you might double your speed, but you're just as content to not move a single step in a battle, so long as you think this is the best approach to victory. At the same time, you might break through in your bowmanship, but you won't even bother to use it if you can think of a better method. Because you approach battle like this, focusing on anything other than your mind seems like a waste of effort. Or at the very least, it should be your main focus. Lionel fell into silence. He knew that Aina would have something profound to say, but this was still beyond his expectations. What should he do? The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1361. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 1361. Archetypes. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1361 Archetypes. Aina couldn't have been more right. In fact, she was so right that Lionel almost regretted not having asked this question earlier. All of his tendencies, she had gotten down to an exact science. Lionel rarely, if ever, went all out in battle. Sometimes it wasn't even as Aina said, and that he just felt there was a more efficient way to win. Sometimes it was just because he liked having trump cards in his back pocket to prepare a perfect counterattack, given the situation. The style of battle Lionel liked to use was one that withheld as many cards as possible until it was the most advantageous moment to use them. There was even a very long time in his life where he didn't even use his speed branch of his Snowy Star lineage factor because it was so much more beneficial to have his enemies believe him to be a slow, bumbling spearman. And this was just one example. Lionel could think of countless others Aina hadn't mentioned, like his Wisdom branch, his Gravity domain. Sometimes he even neglected to use his Radiant Force despite the fact Fire Elemental Force was quite literally one of his most powerful weapons. Then there was the most glaring one, his Bow Force. It was fine if Lionel saved his Bow Force as a trump card back when he could only use it 2 or 3 times in battle before collapsing. But now that he had a quasi-life grade bow, he quite literally didn't have this problem at all. It had been entirely negated. Yet, Lionel was content to keep this card in back pocket, waiting for the moment he had to use it. But all of this was fine until Lionel considered the words Aina hadn't spoken. A true warrior brought out their greatest strength and forced their enemies to meet them on their terms. They didn't care about the retaliation of their enemy, because they were already confident that their greatest strength would trump everything. Compared to this ideal, Lionel was sorely lacking. In fact, his battle style could even be said to be directly opposing to Valiant. In some way, he had been aware of this. That was why during his battle with Miguel, he had chosen not to use his ability index at all. Lionel was far too confident in his ability to win with his mind. Even the likes of Miguel would only be a matter of an added bit of effort. If Lionel was honest, though, let alone a valiant warrior, his method of battle definitely didn't feel like the way of a king either, and that was just the honest truth. Lionel fell into his thoughts, not quite sure of what direction to go in. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. He didn't want to become a brute who only thought of honor in battle. That wasn't him, even though he liked to dabble in it from time to time. He would never act that way during a battle that really meant something. At best, he had seen Miguel as a bit of fun, but he felt that Aina's words had great merit as well. What use was his training if he threw it all out the window the instant he entered battle? It was no wonder why he could never settle on a style. He was constantly going his own way and making up his own path. Style. Lionel's gaze suddenly flashed. Create new ability subcategory. Call it Dream Class. Set parameters. Archer, Spearman, Fighter, Mage. Set subparameters. Sniper Archer, Explosive Archer, Strong Spearman, Flexible Spearman, Mixed Fighter, Speed Fighter, Fire Mage, Defensive Mage, Combat Mage. Lionel's mind went into overdrive, formulating a new ability, splitting it into 4 subcategories and then further into 9 subcategories. Dream Class was an application of Lionel's Tier 4 control. Lionel saw this situation just like he had his spear dilemma. He could never decide whether to focus on instinct or calculation, until the day it all snapped into place, and he felt he could subtly grasp the intricacies of both. This would be no different. Lionel had 4 main archetypes: Archer, Spearman, Fighter, and Mage. Depending on the situation, he tended to rely on one or the other, sometimes mixing and matching. This time, however, he would do so far more deliberately. By shifting these 4 archetypes into a Tier 4 ability, he was essentially honing all the skill his body had in a certain path and fine-tuning it to maximize his strength in this category. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, for example, if Lionel ran into an opponent he thought would best be dealt with as an archer, the first thing he would ask himself is if he should be a Sniper Archer or Explosive Archer. The Sniper Archer archetype focused on long-ranged, unmoving assault. It was a relentless pinning of an enemy from a distance. Explosive Archer involved movement. The power output was less than that of the sniper archer, but its flexibility benefited from it. Once Lionel made the decision of which to go with, he would activate Dream Class. Once Dream Class was in effect, everything about Lionel's very being would shift to optimize this archetype. If he chose Explosive Archer, he would hone in on Light Elemental Force. Movement technique conducive to evasion and firing at the same time would be prioritized, and he would focus on rapid fire rather than powerful shots. If he chose Sniper Archer, his element of choice would lean more toward fire. He would root himself in place, focusing on heaviness and power. Every strike would be aimed toward maximizing strength and quality of shot. Organize all techniques and abilities, categorize into archetypes, deduce strength. Lionel began to organize everything he knew one by one. Some abilities fit into multiple archetypes, but he didn't mind duplicating them as he saw fit. Soon, he had finished tabulating the result and had come to a conclusion. Sniper Archer, 0. 58 Explosive Archer, 0. 31 Strong Spearman, 0. 13 Flexible Spearman, 0. 11 Mixed Fighter, 0. 07 Speed Fighter, 0. 07 Fire Mage, 0. 18 Defensive Mage, 0. 11 Combat Mage, 0. 10. Lionel realized that of all the archetypes he could fit into, only Sniper Archer was even close to meeting his maximum output while relying on his ability index. All of the rest were severely lacking. Chapter 1362. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 21 seconds p.m. Chapter 1362. Efficiency. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1362 efficiency that Lionel had subconsciously always known. Seeing the numbers laid out before him now was depressing. It only put into perspective just how right Ano was. The numbers were fairly straightforward. 100 was a theoretical maximum that Lionel could reach. This maximum was decided by the maximum strength Lionel could match by using his mind. This theoretical limit thus became his ceiling. It was difficult for Lionel to put a real tier or dimension on this max strength of his because the numbers were all so variable. No two tier 9s were the same, and depending on talent, ability index, lineage factors, and a host of other variables, the strength of two individuals could be wildly different. This was why Lionel could use tricks in his mind to defeat six-dimensional existences of lesser galaxies. While here it hadn't been rare for him to run into fifth-dimensional existence, he had to put in quite some effort to defeat. Even now, Lionel didn't believe that he had met the theoretically strongest existence within the fifth dimension yet. That Tier 9 Ruined Raypax he had just defeated was only of a particular grade, and according to Y-Star order, there were definitely far more powerful Ruined Raypax. This was all to say that assigning a value of 100 to his adjusted strength output was the best that Lionel could do. This was the value that took in a combination of everything he could do, his mind, his thinking speed, his quick reaction times and deduction abilities, and put them together to formulate a certain ceiling of strength. When things were looked at this way, the numbers became far more depressing. Sniper Archer was the best, but even that could only bring out 58% of Lionel's true strength. A step down from that was Explosive Archer, but it plummeted 27 points down to 31%. The rest were even worse. Lionel almost couldn't help but chuckle. It's not accurate to say that this is 58% of my true strength, but it's more like a measurement of efficiency. The closer I am to 100%, the more exponential the increase in my output, with a massive watershed occurring probably at least once per 20 points. That means I'm a lot further away than just 42% away, and that's just with one. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Sniper Archer being the strongest wasn't a surprise to Lionel. Bar none, Lionel's strongest strength currently was his bow force. So long as he could be rooted to a singular spot and shoot to his heart's content, his power output would be devastating. However, the rest was far worse. Fire Mage was a bit of a surprise at 0.18, but this was likely due to Lionel comprehending the first rune of his Scarlet Star Force. Just that comprehension alone had closed the gap between his Bow Force and his lesser dimensional Fire Force by a great measure. What if? Calculate. Scarlet Mage. Scarlet Mage, 3. 19. Seeing this number, Lionel sighed. It seems that even his mind couldn't make up the gap of his inability to use Scarlet Star Force freely. 319% was a value that he found difficult to compute, especially since the scale he was using was exponential. If he ignored everything and was content to end his life here and now, it might not be impossible for him to kill even a quasi-seventh-dimensional existence. After finishing these calculations, Lionel explained them all to Aina. After she looked at him a bit weirdly for a moment, she opened her mouth to speak, only to be stopped by Lionel's chuckle. What is it? Do you always break down your abilities with such raw numbers? I used to do it a lot more frequently, but the system was flawed when I used it on others because there were too many variables to account for. It's 100% accurate when I use it on myself, though. It's just that there's no real point in doing so. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. Well, honestly, I'm not sure how these numbers would translate in the future. If you increase the efficiency of each individual class, what would happen to your overall strength? How would you calculate it if the goalposts kept moving? Instead of moving the goalposts, I could just put a stake down as a checkpoint. That way, there will be a version 1 of 1.0.0 and a version 2. Sure, you could do that, but then what would be the point? If your individual classes would also be behind whatever version 2, 3 or 4 there was, then it just goes back to the idea that you should be focused on your mind anyway. Maybe, unless I have a different sort of end goal. Aina's brow raised, waiting for Lionel to continue. Technically, given a number of factors, I could probably make a lot more than just 9 classes. If I mix and match, I could make classes like Spearman Mage or Fire Archer or any other number of things. The reason why I chose these exact 9, though, was because they're the most foundational. Everything else grows outward from them. However, it's because it's all so disjointed that I'm probably having such issues to begin with, right? But if I can increase the efficiency of each one, then my ability to tell exactly what should be used in battle skyrockets as well. I tend to use as little as possible in battle, in one part to keep trump cards, but another reason is because it's easier to perform high-level calculations when the variables are minimized. Oddly enough, the reason why Sniper Archer is probably highest isn't only due to my bow force, but it's also by far the simplest of all the classes. If I can raise the efficiency of each class to 60, 70, maybe even 90%, or a theoretical 100% in the future, then how well I can shift from one style in battle to another also increases. Then, the day that I can use them all seamlessly and form a unique style of my own will be enrich. Lionel smiled. This was what he wanted. A fusion of instinctual combat given by individual classes and his mind's calculative abilities. The results would definitely be beyond imagination. We're out of this hive. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1363. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1363. Escape or gamble. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1363 escape or gamble. Lionel came to a pause, his gaze sharpening. His makeshift spear was gripped in his hands, and his senses were primed. Their journey through this hive had been too smooth. Remembering back to the map Little Black Star had gotten them, there was only one more hive to go through before they could escape this part of the void battlefield. But it was all too convenient. Little Black Star had managed to move fast enough to avoid the initial lock of senses that could have gone poorly for them. However, he had still ended up being detected by the Shadow Sovereign Raypax. Knowing this, the fact that they had only been hounded by single Tier 9 ruined Raypax was too odd. Then there was something else to consider. From Little Black Star's memory, the shadow domain of a Shadow Sovereign Raypax had been far smaller than it should have been while deployed. In fact, it was only 2 or 3 meters in diameter. A size when compared to the scope of this network of nests was like a needle drifting through the ocean. If it wasn't because little Black Star was trying to blanket everything, it would have never been a problem. One might not understand why this was so odd. Given the fact that maintaining a shadow domain was so taxing on the user, wouldn't it make sense to keep it as small as possible to begin with? Since the shadow domain followed its deployer as its epicenter, it was much more convenient to maintain a small shadow domain, especially for a hand-to-hand combat race like the Rapax. So long as they were fighting an enemy, 3 meters was more than enough to keep their target within frame. Lionel had, of course, thought of this as well, but he still felt that something was off. For one, a shadow domain wasn't under constant deployment. It required active thought and action to use. That meant if one was focused on maintaining your stamina, you wouldn't deploy at all. Secondly, if under normal conditions you wouldn't deploy a shadow domain, that would mean that there were very few instances where you would. One such instance was for the purpose of what Little Black Star had tried to do by helping Lionel and Aina. However, another one should be battle. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. The issue was, neither of these reasons made sense. Why would a Rapax be fighting in their own nest? Of course, this was an odd thing to say considering they had been invaded by the likes of Lionel and the others. But the problem here was that a Rapax of such status wouldn't personally help deal with what amounted to small fry in their eyes. Something about this just feels off. This sort of trial is too dangerous to begin with. Thrusting us all into enemy territory like this without an easy way to come back just makes no sense. This feels like a stealth mission, but Void Palace isn't a place that grooms assassins. There might be 1 or 2 factions within that cater to that demographic, but definitely not enough to throw an entire generation under the bus like this. I would understand if we were just thrown onto the battlefield itself, and it was just a matter of survival. But a Rapax nest? That's more than a little excessive. Plus, from Mom's story about her relationship with Dad, she wasn't even allowed to step onto the Void battlefield until she became a Galaxy-ranked disciple. And even then, she had Dad as a supervisor to protect her. Did things really change this much? Is there new management? Is it possible that I'm being targeted? Or is it because this generation is more talented than others? But if it's because we're more talented, even if you upped the difficulty by a margin, was it necessary to react to this good news by throwing us into a fiery pit of hell? Lionel didn't even know what to think. Still, everything seemed to point toward this matter being a special event of sorts. If he was correct, then the odd coincidence of the Rapax he had met until this point being so manageable might not be such a coincidence at all. Lionel explained his thoughts to Aina. So you think that the Rapax are occupied by something, which would explain the oddity of the shadow domain that hurt Black Star? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, I think so. It would both explain why this shadow sovereign hasn't come after us yet, and why we've only run into manageable enemies. In fact, the only 6-dimensional Rapax we ran into was due to the fact I forced us to teleport together. If we had teleported individually like was intended, I have a feeling that we wouldn't have had to deal with even that. If it really is a special event like you said, then there's 2 possibilities. The first is that we're supposed to take advantage of this lull in security to escape as fast as possible. Or we're supposed to go to the center of the nest to begin with Lionel finished. In truth, Lionel should have thought of this long ago. However, his life experiences had skewed his bias too far. Someone who innately trusted organizations might have already thought that there was no way the Void Palace would send their students to their death. As such, they would conclude that this couldn't possibly be an impossible task, and that there was either a hidden challenge here or the Void Palace had made it easier to escape. Lionel, however, who always seemed to have terrible luck with organizations, only really trusted himself. As such, he had little to no expectations of others helping him to remain safe at all. As such, in an irony of all ironies, Lionel, who had one of the sharpest minds of this generation, was actually one of the last to figure out something so simple. What do you want to do? Lionel asked. Escape or gamble? Aina smiled. Let's have fun. As expected, Lionel was correct. The greatest geniuses of this generation, a group that would have been amethyst in almost any over-selection year, had already begun to converge upon the central nest. Chapter 1364. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 1364. Stumbled if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again after stabilizing Little Black Star and placing him within the segmented cube. Aina and Lionel broke out into a dead sprint. No longer worried about being found out and being more confident in the sort of trial they were currently taking part in, they took smaller measures toward protecting themselves in such a fashion. However, even as they ran, Lionel didn't forget to check all his bases. This sort of thing, it was still leaving an odd taste in his mouth. This matter seemed to require precise timing, but it had to be remembered that Lionel's actions had stalled the true selection for several months. Of course, it was possible that this event could take place over a long period of time, which was why the elders of the Void Palace would feel confident in allowing this to happen in the first place. But there was no way for Lionel to tell immediately. Luckily, he had a trusty encyclopedia of sorts. Old man, what do you think about this? Lionel reached out to Wise Star Order, but, surprisingly, he didn't get an answer. He tried again, but was once more met with more silence. After a while, Lionel chuckled. You don't need to be scared, old man. My dad isn't here anymore. You can stop hiding. Not that it would do you much good to begin with. A light cough resounded in Lionel's ears. It seemed filled with a hint of embarrassment and another part righteous indignation, as though he was offended by the accusation. Unfortunately, there was no hiding it. When Velasco had appeared, Wise Star Order thought his life was forfeit. Though Lionel had vouched for this odd relationship of theirs, when a father wanted to act, what could a son do? This was especially so with Velasco, considering anything Wise Star Order did in front of that man felt all too easy for the former to see right through. Luckily, he had left without doing much more than glancing in his general direction. However, Wise Star Order was still suffering from cold sweats. Just tell me, is there any ritual the Ray Packs might undergo? Maybe something that is predictable that would also last for a very long time? It should also be something that others might be able to benefit from, because I don't see why the Void Palace would allow this unless there were benefits to be gotten. Oh, and these benefits probably shouldn't be enough to move seventh-dimensional existences. Or, at the very least, they should be useless to seventh-dimensional existences, or else it wouldn't make sense for them to leave this opportunity to us rather than taking advantage themselves. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, Lionel gave Wise Star Order a list of requirements, hoping the old man would be able to think of something. He would assume that a race like the Ray Packs might have many rituals and customs that could fall into such a category, but hopefully only a few that might be related to a nest while also fitting these requirements. However, the answer he received from Wise Star Order was outside of his expectations. No, there shouldn't be any ritual of the like. The Ray Packs aren't a race that participates in such things. They have a very strict hierarchy. They live for war, and duty is at the forefront of their minds. They're very big on cycles of life and giving, not to mention oneness of mind and purpose. It wouldn't be like them to divert their attention toward any sort of ceremony. Lionel's brow furrowed. If there was no ritual, then what could possibly be happening? Then what about something that would require a large amount of precise control? There's a Shadow Sovereign Ray Packs here whose shadow domain was shrunk to a suspiciously small area. The only reason I can think of that such a thing would be necessary is if they needed extremely fine control over a given area, but that much is far too broad. A shadow domain allowed a Shadow Sovereign to bend reality to their whims within certain limits, of course, depending on dimensional level. The larger the domain, the more stamina it took. So, Lionel assumed that if the shadow domain had been shrunk, and it was unlike the Shadow Sovereign was in a heated battle, then it must be trying to control something or the environment around something. The Ray Packs birthed a shadow sovereign. The shout reverberated through Lionel's mind, almost causing his feet to stumble. Aina quickly reached out a hand, stabilizing his shoulder with a worried expression on her face. Her first instinct was to think that what had happened before still had lingering effects on Lionel. What the hell, old man? In his shock, Y-Star Order had done the equivalent of violently shaking Lionel's soul. That felt no different from poking and prodding an open wound. This wasn't because Lionel's soul was injured, but rather because it was like tender flesh in its current state. It was incredibly sensitive to outside pressures. Shut up, brat. You have no idea what this means. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net obviously not. That's why I'm asking you. I told you before that the Ray Packs don't really have any culture or rituals. This much is true. But they do have certain legends that they abide by. The birth of a Shadow Sovereign is akin to the birth of a king for the Ray Packs. A ruined Ray Packs with the abilities of a Shadow Sovereign is like a real dragon. Upon reaching maturity, such an existence would be practically untouchable. Why you keep saying birth? Because it hasn't been born yet, idiot. It's definitely still within its egg. How the hell do you know that? Common sense. You keep thinking that the domain is too small, when in reality, it never shrunk to begin with. That's just its original size. That's impossible. Little Black Star wouldn't lose to a newborn. It's not just a newborn, fool. Like I told you before, the Ray Packs have a tradition of using fertilizer for their newborn. But when a talent on this level is in the process of being nurtured, they go several steps further. Even living Ray Packs pour all of their strength into it. This baby, under the Ray Packs' care and nurturing, will be born at Tier 9 of the 5th dimension instantly. Wait, Lionel suddenly thought of a possibility. That's right, all the Ray Packs here, especially those of the highest levels, are currently severely weakened because they've given everything to this newborn. That's likely why the Void Palace saw fit to send you all in. But that isn't enough of a reason for you to have screamed in my ears like that. Of course it is. Ray Packs are the only humanoid species born from eggs. In that state, they're not only very vulnerable, but they're basically just like enormous beast crystals. Except, unlike beast crystals, swallowing the essence of a Ray Pack's egg that has been prepared in this fashion comes with its own supporting vitality. What I'm trying to say is that regardless of your ability index, if you swallow the essence of a Ray Pack's egg that's had so much vitality and life force poured into it, you gain its ability without any side effects or impact to your own ability index. Lionel almost stumbled and fell again. This time, it had nothing to do with Y-Star Order yelling in his ear. Chapter 1365, published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 17 seconds p.m., Chapter 1365. There was a reason if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again 1365. There was a reason Lionel was stunned, not knowing how to take this news. Even a silver tablet couldn't do this. When the silver tablet erased the personality of a previously held ability, it could be absorbed. But one still had to be very careful about doing so. This was because when absorbed, both abilities would combine and an average of the two would be taken. This meant that if you absorbed an ability completely incompatible with yourself, you would essentially be crippling both abilities and by proxy, yourself. However, according to Y-Star Order, absorbing the essence of this egg would be like gaining a second ability without the side effects. The weird thing about this, though, was why was it that the elders of Void Palace didn't want this? Why would anyone be opposed to something that essentially broke the fundamental rules of the dimensional verse? Why? Lionel asked. Are they really so kind-hearted to leave this to us? Kind-hearted? Y-Star Order snorted. The Ray Packs aren't fools. Do you think they would leave themselves in such a vulnerable position just because? This entire hive is blocked off from existences above the 6th dimension. In fact, it's not just this, but even higher level 6th-dimensional existences have been completely blocked off. You lot are about the only ones that can enter in the first place. Secondly, did you not hear what I said about vitality? It's the copious amounts of vitality within the Rapak's egg that tricks the regulator into believing there are two people, not one. This, as a result, allows the birth of two ability indexes within the same person. However, this vitality must be above, or at the very least, near your own. Like I said, the baby Rapaks will be born at Tier 9 of the 5th dimension using this ritual. That means you can't be much stronger than this, or else your vitality will be too great. If your vitality is too high, the regulator won't sense two lives, it will only sense yours. Once that happens, your two abilities will fuse instead of remaining separate. That means that it's impossible for anyone that's too high tier to absorb this egg at all. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed when it all settled in. Lionel let out a breath. So, things were like this. The elders of the Void Palace couldn't absorb this boon, even if they wanted to. Lionel quickly explained everything Wise Star Order had explained to him. After taking it all in, she seemed to sigh a breath. So that's where that feeling was coming from. When they had first landed here, Aina had said that there was something incredibly nutritious nearby. She had assumed, along with Lionel, that this came from the eggs and the fertilizer used to upkeep them. And she was most definitely correct. It was just that she couldn't have imagined that things would actually be like this. This was more than just a little nutritious, it was absolutely game-changing. There were very few things in the dimensional verse that could break the balance of rules set. At the same time, though, this was odd. The Shadow Sovereign ability seemed perfect for Aina. But if it was really so perfect, her ability index would have violently tugged her in that direction. Much like how she always knew the best meals to prepare for herself and the best training methods to use, she would also know when a great opportunity for improvement was nearby. If things had worked out as they should have, she would have figured out the use of this egg long before Lionel did and given him this information. Knowing this, Lionel would have drawn the appropriate conclusions long ago. This is perfect for you, Lionel said. Your battle style would fit seamlessly with this, I would think. It would also greatly boost your darkness affinity. No, I think ITLL will be best if you absorb it, Aina suddenly said. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net Lionel rose an eyebrow. It wasn't that Shadow Sovereign wouldn't be useful to him. Given his mind, technically speaking, any additional strength he gained made it less likely for anyone to defeat him. The more tools he had at his disposal, the more options he had to react in battle. However, Lionel wasn't too eager for this at the same time, and there was no point for Little Black Star to absorb the same ability index again. That left Aina as the best candidate. My body doesn't seem to want it, Aina said after a while. I'm not sure why, but the more I think about it, the stronger my revulsion toward it grows. This is the first time I've felt this way. Usually I feel either nothing or positive emotions. I've never felt a negative emotion before. I feel that it would cripple me. Lionel's gaze flashed. He couldn't quite understand why Aina would feel this way. He didn't have a proper understanding. But, regardless, he trusted her judgment for herself. It hadn't failed her before, and he didn't see why it would start now. Plus, you spoke about your armor and your goals for it, right? A high darkness affinity is something you'll need if you want to find a way to counter your Scarlet Star Force with Void Star Force. Lionel fell into silence. Aina wasn't wrong. It was just that he had another solid method of raising his darkness elemental affinity to great heights. But now that she mentioned it, this method just might be the easiest. Lionel didn't know much about these sovereigns, but he thought that it was about time he learned more. All right. He nodded. Rapaks. Aina's thigh suddenly grew a size as she stamped a foot down hard. She blasted by Lionel, her battle axe shimmering. By the time Lionel rounded the corner, the Rapaks in question had been split into two. However, it was what lay beyond that truly caught Lionel's attention. The good news? They had made it to the core of the network of nests like they wanted to. The bad news? Well, there was a reason they had run into so few Rapaks during their time here. Chapter 1366. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 15 seconds p.m., Chapter 1366. Muted if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1366. Muted. Lionel took a breath, his grip on his spear tightening slightly. They were everywhere. Or, at the very least, it truly felt like it. The center of the nest was an enormous, perforated ball of rock. Pathways of all shapes and sizes, winding in all sorts of different directions, jetted out from the perforations. This perforated ball of rock hovered above what looked like a green sea. This oddly discolored sea gave off a strong, pungent smell that seared one's nose hairs and tingled the skin. It looked like a vat of acid, and Lionel wasn't convinced that if he took a dip, that it would react any differently from one either. The number of ray packs that moved through this construction weren't small, but there was something odd about their movements. Despite the fact Aina had just killed one of their own, and they were in fairly clear view of them, none seemed to react. That was when something that should have been obvious all this time clicked for Lionel. The ray packs are blind. Lionel had never noticed any eyes on the ray packs. In fact, their pill-shaped heads were covered by their metallic carapaces, so he had just assumed that their eyes were underneath and they had a method of seeing through the metal casing. However, now Lionel realized that that assumption had been stupid to make. He was still trying to see everything the ray packs did through a human lens when they were decidedly not human at all. The ray packs must have used a different method to track their prey, and since they had no reason to lock onto this particular location, they wouldn't react immediately. However, Lionel was no fool. He didn't believe that the ray packs would be so inept. There was a large distance between the location he stood upon now and the perforated spherical rock that hung ahead. There was no pathway that connected it to where Lionel and Aina stood. If Lionel had to describe it, it was like they were standing in a window, looking through it. If they wanted in, they would have to find a doorway instead. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, Lionel had a feeling, though, that if they truly did find a doorway, the reception wouldn't be nearly this benign. In fact, they would likely find themselves swarmed. Lionel fell into silence alongside Aina. The pair slowly backed away and retreated to the corner they had just wrapped around. Only then did they sigh a breath of relief and calmly access the situation again. They currently stood within a hallway, but there was a dead end on one side. It made Lionel a bit skeptical about how the ray packs had engineered this place. It seemed that this window was actually a designed lookout. But it was obviously not a lookout for enemies, but rather a lookout for observing the work of the other ray packs. If Lionel was correct, this confirmed one matter. The ray packs did have methods of seeing things at long distances. And, secondly, it likely wouldn't be long before the ray packs they had killed was noticed to be gone. Lionel wasn't very worried about the second possibility, mostly because at most it would just expose that there were enemies here, something the ray packs were already aware of. It was also possible that it could reveal their location, but Lionel was confident that they would have made a move by then. So, it's an observation station. Aina concluded the same thing Lionel had. I think so. Then we'll need to find another entrance. But, even if we do, it'll be very difficult to handle. I can reverse engineer a path to a suitable entrance. I've already memorized the layout of that spherical hive hovering in the center of that acid lake. The issue isn't that, it's just what we find on the inside. If the inside is another maze, we can work with it. If it isn't, then we'll end up surrounded from all sides without a simple way to retreat. Did you notice, by the way? Aina suddenly asked. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, the anarchic force. It's still strong, but there's something oddly mutated about it, as though it feel more malleable and less aggressive. It's like a beast that's been tranquilized. Lionel's brows shot up. When Aina spoke those words, he too realized it. After a moment of thought, he felt like he had come to a conclusion, but he still reached out to wise Star Order. Anarchic force is the antithesis of life. It's one thing for the ray packs to force their young to be born in such an environment, but it would be another thing entirely if they just allowed the anarchic force to kill them. The girl is sharper than you. The heavy life force in the air caused by the fertilizer has a sort of muting effect on anarchic force. This isn't because anarchic force is being suppressed, but it's rather because the anarchic force would rather target this pure and high-level life force than target weak and unsavory babies. That vat of green is where it all is. The toxicity is concentrated in the top layer because that's where all the life force and anarchic force are fusing. The result of their combat is something high poisonous to life. Lionel nodded. He wasn't shocked Aina noticed before he did. Her life force affinity was off the charts. It was only right. But this changed a few things about how Lionel could approach this. Firstly, muted anarchic force meant that he could use more mage tactics and that his bow force's range would be much longer. But most importantly, he just might be able to draw a teleportation force art that could get them out of here so long as the anarchic force continued to be so docile. The formation wouldn't be enough to take them far. But at the very least, it would be able to get them out of the center of this nest and toward an exit. There was no doubt that once they stole the egg, the Raypax would be livid. By then, their main focus should be on running for their lives. Bang! 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 Lionel's gaze narrowed, the sudden series of sounds making him peek his head around the corner once more. There, on one of the winding paths, a group of youths charged, battling the Raypax that stood in their way. Chapter 1367. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1367. While the band, and if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, 1367. While abandon the moment that group acted, it was as though a chain reaction had been set off. Several roars resounded, and several more groups charged out, each claiming a path for themselves and cutting toward the perforated nest. Lionel chuckled. It seemed that his worries about being found out were unfounded. The cascading effect of the movement of one suddenly unleashed a barrage of assaults from all sides. "Shall we?" Lionel asked. "But we haven't found a doorway yet." Lionel grinned. "You didn't know? Your boyfriend can fly. I'm basically Superman." Aina hardly got to respond before she found herself squealing. Lionel swept her into his arms and rounded the corner once more. He crouched into a powerful squat, his thighs bulging and calves compressing until they were as hard as steel. In that moment, his aura flourished, a blinding golden light enveloping his body as he was covered in head to toe by tiny white gold scales. Bang! Lionel unfurled himself all at once, slicing through the air like a speeding bullet. Almost instantly, he appeared above the green lake, a singular in the skies amidst a commotion. But even then, he somehow managed to be the center of attention. Steam rolling into battle, a beauty cradled in his arms, and wings spreading to his back. In this bleak world, he was like the only ray of radiant sun, the majestic sight of his very being attracting attention from all sides. Lionel soared, feeling his snowy star owl blood rolling through his veins. He could feel it pressing against its very limits, the breakthrough in comprehension he had made in his Scarlet Star force stimulating it all to the absolute extreme. Lionel let the feeling roll through him. He didn't move. He simply let the air whip against his skin, his eyes closed and his expression peaceful. His skin began to radiate a delicate golden color that quickly became fiercer and fiercer. In those moments, everything around Lionel was so pure that even the foul stench of the Raypax nest couldn't approach him. The refreshing scent of a dawning day, delicate dew drops, and life wafting around him. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. There didn't need to be a check nor a guess. Lionel's mind bloomed like a flower, stepping past the barriers of the fifth dimension and sweeping into the sixth. At that moment, Lionel's snowy star owl lineage factor had reached the pinnacle of perfection, unsealing all three branches to the fourth awakening. Boom! Lionel flapped his wings a single time, his already fast speed suddenly doubling. A violent clap of wind shredding the air to his back as he cut through it all even faster. Bang! Lionel swung his feet forward, their soles smashing into the head of a Rapax and crushing their silver skull. He landed heavily on a winding platform, already having covered more than half the distance. The Rapax crumpled beneath his feet, a heavy domain pressing down and shredding it to pieces. Aina jumped from Lionel's arms, her battle axe in tow. A single sweep seemed to sever the world itself, the Rapax in her path finding themselves experiencing just the same fate. Scree-cree. Lionel's mind felt as though it had been injected directly with adrenaline. Everything was so clear, not just through his internal sight, but through his eyes especially. He could see further. Even the slightest bits of detail were laid bare before him. In that moment, things that Lionel would usually rely on his internal sight to pick up on suddenly didn't need it at all. And just like that, the advantage the Rapax had had over him vanished in a puff of smoke. Lionel took a step forward, his figure crossing tens of meters in a single bound. When he appeared again, he had seemingly already chosen the perfect position to dodge a coming kick, his makeshift spear stabbing outward and ripping through a gap that felt infinitesimally small in its plate armor. Right then, the Rapax crumbled, but so too did Lionel's makeshift spear, combusting to ash in his palm. Lionel immediately knew why that was. It seems he had gotten the spear domain to acknowledge him enough to hold his spear without destroying it, but he still hadn't gained enough acknowledgement to be able to make it acknowledge one of his creations just yet. However, this wasn't enough to make Lionel slow in the slightest. If he couldn't use a spear, then he would just use his fists. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Netdream class. Speed fighter. Lionel's steps shifted, his body flickering and his speed reaching nigh untouchable levels. He left after images in his wake. Whenever he appeared, another fist would jet outward, blasting a hole through yet another Rapax. His eyes darted back and forth. It felt like there was nothing he couldn't see, nothing he couldn't observe. The twitch of their muscles, the shift in their weight, even the slight change caused by a rush of their blood was all picked up by him. Numbers seemed to float in his vision. Speed, weight, power, distance, it all branched off one after another. It was as though Lionel's dream world had manifested into reality, layering atop what was with an objective measure of what is. It would be a very long time until Lionel realized that this was the first instance of his dream force working as it should, his consciousness projecting into the world and affecting it. This is what it truly meant to have high dream force affinity. A wild grin spread across Lionel's face. Every swing of his fist and every slice of Aina's axe only made him smile, all the more wildly. This feeling, it was exhilarating. Lionel shifted around another Rapax, sidestepping the tail of another as his hand reached out, snatching the curved blade with his bare palm and squeezing down. Seechai! The metallic tail crumbled, wild bronze runes racing beneath Lionel's scales. Lionel gave a strong pull, causing the Rapax to suddenly find itself flying in his direction, only to be met by a fist that crushed its head. He stepped over the corpse, his body swaying to one side to dodge a kick. His wings slapped outward, causing the balance of the Rapax to falter and spin. Lionel took a strong step forward with one leg and sent the other shooting straight up. His heel connected with the chin of the Rapax with such force that its head was ripped from its body. Lionel's roar bellowed through the Rapax nest, his blood flowing with wild abandon. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1368. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 1368. 0:15 If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1368. 0:15 Lionel left a blazing trail in his wake. Sometimes it would feel as though he was attacking 3 different places at once, his speed so fast that it was almost impossible to keep up with. The first awakening of the speed branch merely allowed Lionel to access light elemental force in a fashion that could boost his fast twitch capabilities, not much unlike an elemental speedster, but on a much smaller and more controlled level. The second awakening gave Lionel access to the Star Road. It was the road of stars that appeared beneath his feet. Stepping onto the road made Lionel feel lighter and also seemed to weaken several forms of friction, making gliding through the air feel all too easy. The third awakening was primed for awakening with the appearance of Lionel's illusory wings, and came into true being once Lionel's wings gained physical form, spreading out from his body both powerfully and majestically. The fourth awakening, however, was the most profound of them all. Lionel felt light force fuse with his very bones and flesh, suddenly making him feel as light as a feather. The difference was so drastic that had it not been for the increase to his wisdom branch simultaneously, Lionel might have had to artificially slow himself just so that his mind could keep up. Now, Lionel suddenly had a body as sturdy as any Tier 9 forged weapon, and yet instead of being weighed down, he was as light and free as a breeze of air. Golden runes shaped into delicate feather patterns danced between the bronze runes that were deeply carved onto his bones, making him feel as though he was gliding through the air as opposed to running on ground. In that moment, Lionel could feel the exhilaration of a speedster, a hearty laughter almost leaving his lips. The Morales family lineage factor was always known to be the cream of the crop, because it circumvented the usual pitfalls and weaknesses of defensive abilities in ways most others could not. Despite having skin as tough as metal, Lionel hardly lost any flexibility or speed. However, when a lineage factor that was already so amazing to begin with was suddenly stacked with another that not only erased its minor weaknesses, but even turned them into strength. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed well. The results spoke for themselves. Lionel vanished, suddenly appearing above a Rapax that had just swung down a kick at full force. His toes lightly tapped the Rapax's knee, causing a strong surge of golden spear force infused with snow force and destruction to slice downward. The Rapax immediately found its leg severed at the thigh, its weight falling forward as it lost its balance. It had already been leaning forward to begin with after its attack missed, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be able to do anything at all as it fell toward Lionel. Lionel used the light touch of the tap of his foot to skip upward, his body spinning and a vicious kick landing on the side of the Rapax's pill-shaped head. The sound of metal crashing against metal resounded for just a moment before one side crumpled and collapsed. The Rapax's head was ripped from its shoulders, its head being sent spiraling into the green lake below. Lionel landed on the ground for just a moment before he vanished once more, a spiraling circle of wind being left in his wake. Everywhere he passed, arcs of light would follow his swinging kicks and fists. The outline of a beautiful dance was marked, a gorgeous white gold painting the otherwise grotesque atmosphere. 015. Lionel could feel the shift in his speedfighter class. The fourth awakening had caused his original 1.00 rating of himself going all out to increase, resetting the entire scale. However, even on this new scale, speed had become a relatively greater strength, causing his weakest class, which had sat at 0.07 just a moment ago, to more than double in efficiency. There are diminishing returns to such speeds. It was no wonder that even with such an enormous speed boost, after reaching the fourth awakening that the Snowstar Owl would still only be a six-dimensional beast. More speed equals more power, but that's only if weight remains constant. This lineage factor gives me what feels like even more than a ridiculous tenfold increase in speed, but it does so by lowering my weight and by extension my momentum. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. If not for the fact I can rely on my metal synergy lineage factor, I would have to be very careful with how I use this speed as well, or I would end up hurting myself. This made perfect sense. This lineage factor was rooted in the blood of a bird. Birds were known for their hollow and fragile bone structures. This should have been something that Lionel had expected. However, he wasn't disappointed. Right now, this boost was exactly what he needed. He was already confident before that no one would be able to stop him from getting this egg, as he always had confidence in himself. But this only made him more assured. Lionel quickly cleared the ray packs. Because he and Aina had landed in the middle of the platform and had not started at the beginning like everyone else, they were far ahead. But that came with its own problems as well. If they weren't fast enough, they would end up pincered from not one but two sides. By then, what advantage they had gained wouldn't be worth it. However, Lionel had his own plans for this. Aina raced after Lionel, managing to keep up because of how often Lionel had to stop to battle. Any stragglers he missed were unceremoniously cut apart by her. The moment Lionel reached near the end of the platform, he released a low shout, his feet stamping down hard. A flickering golden rune lit in Lionel's irises, a searing heat dancing above his right hip. Destroy. A raging crimson aura erupted from Lionel. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1369. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 1369. Easier. Not harder if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1369 easier. Not harder. Lionel Spear Force came out marked in crimson. As though his blade had been marred by dripping blood, it left streaks of rouge in the air, drawing hard lines into the pathway just as Aina rushed over. Jump! Lionel called out. Aina complied, leaping into the air. She looked down, wondering why it was Lionel had asked such a thing, only to find that the last point her foot had touched had already begun to crumble. Lionel's gaze flashed, his foot stomping down hard. He tugged at his variant Earth affinity, hard. He knew well that manipulating Earth in a seventh-dimensional plane like this one was impossible. It was far too hard. Maybe only when he formed his sixth-dimensional metal body would he have a slight chance at affecting this environment to any large degree capable of helping in battle. But right now, Lionel didn't need a large change. He just needed a small nudge, just enough to get a chain reaction going. And that he most definitely did. Bang, 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 bang. The pathway crumbled. In one moment, there was just a small section of cracks. In the next, there was an entire network of crumbling rocks, falling down in a rain that pelted the surface of the green lake below. Aina landed lightly to Lionel's side, her expression flickering. Even the most benign Earth in a seventh-dimensional world was probably stronger than even the most refined material of the fifth and even much of the sixth dimension. What Lionel had just done was no small feat. She looked to Lionel's side profile, only to find him breathing quite hard. "Are you okay?" Lionel turned back, facing the entrance to the perforated entrance. "I'm fine. Just took a lot more out of me than I thought it would." Lionel took a deep breath, suddenly causing a large surge of force to rush toward him. With a thought, he flipped a palm to reveal a pure force crystal, feeling that it wasn't enough. This was among the batch that the golden-scaled koi fish had helped create. Even now, the little guy was still at work, which was excellent for Lionel, because this was without a doubt one of the best ways to replenish oneself. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Aina's lip twitched. Lionel grinned. "I'm Superman, and I'm filthy rich. Aren't you very lucky?" Aina was speechless for a moment before she rolled her eyes. Wasn't he getting a little bit too cocky? Let's go. There was already another surge of ray packs coming through, but now the two didn't have to worry about any coming from behind them, at least not for now. Up ahead, there was an entrance to the true center of the Nestlé. That really did take a lot. The cost might not be worth it outside of very specific circumstances. Just now, Lionel had drawn the single rune he had comprehended. However, what he hadn't expected was the heftiness of the backlash resulting from drawing it without Scarlet Star Force. Well, maybe backlash wasn't the appropriate way to describe it, but the cost was definitely great. The rune seemed to dislike being drawn with other forces. Even the somewhat compatible Radiant Force Lionel had ended up having to infuse his Spear Force with. Lionel could tell that if he had used Scarlet Star Force instead, he would have needed not even a fraction of the force he ended up using. But because he didn't want to harm his body when they were in the beginning stages of such a dangerous mission, he had chosen this route instead. Luckily, everything worked out. But he would need to keep this in mind for the future. Drawing the rune was the most effective way to stoke destruction, but the cost wasn't worth it if it wasn't done with Scarlet Star Force to begin with. But that gave Lionel another scary realization. This meant that what he understood about his Scarlet Star Force was just the tip of the iceberg. There was actually room for it to get stronger. Idiot, don't you have a second innate node perfect for this? Lionel's expression flickered as he fought through the last line of Raypax. You mean? Comprehending a rune is supposed to make things easier, not harder on you. Or else what would be the point in comprehending it at all? If things just got worse, then you might as well give up and wait for death. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, so it's not enough to use my innate node as is? No. One rune is far from enough to use the one inside you, but it is enough to use the smaller one with minimal effort. Do I need to implant it into myself? If that's what you needed to do, I would have already told you to do it. You can't. The moment that innate node enters your body, ITLL, be triggered into undergoing the same growth as the one you have right now. It was only growing so slowly in that other brat because it wasn't his innate node to begin with. Then how do I use it? This isn't rocket science, brat. Just grab a hold of it and take control of it. Lionel's gaze glowed. His second innate node was only in the fourth dimension. However, it was precisely because of this that he could somewhat use it. He had been putting off finding a spiritual medium compatible with his comprehension of Camelot's magic system. In fact, he had concluded that the best medium was his very own body. However, what was more compatible with his own body than his very own innate node? Lionel split several minds to think about this matter as he and Aina burst through the final line, opening themselves up the true center of the nest, becoming the very first ones to step foot inside. What lay before them was another elaborate network of mazes, but this time extrapolated into 3 dimensions. The obvious choice was to try to race to the center of this spherical maze, but Lionel's gaze sharpened, his dreamscape letting off an arc of lightning. Y-Star Order said that the Green Lake's true purpose is the accumulation of life force. The only reason for the toxicity is its interaction with anarchic force. If not for this, it would practically be a wellspring. That means that the destination isn't the center of this maze. It's the bottom. Lionel's gaze shifted downward. He could use his mind to map out this region and eventually find a path. Or, let's blast right through. Lionel's demeanor shifted, his heart rushing. Excitement bubbled up within him. Chapter 1370. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 1370. Baffling if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1370 baffling. Blast through? Aina's expression changed. She looked at Lionel as though he was a madman. She could tell that Lionel meant that he wanted to speed things up and rush through the maze by breaking through the walls. But if that was so easy, everyone would be doing it. They just witnessed together how hard it was for Lionel to deal with that platform, and that had been a thin walkway to begin with. What kind of effort would it take to blast through reinforced walls? The Raypax obviously hadn't built their nests like mazes for fun. There was a purpose behind it. It made it far easier to defend and gave them an added buff toward enemies. The fact that it had taken so much effort to get here in the first place was a testament to that. However, toward Aina's words, Lionel only grinned. Cut them down for me. I need a bit. Aina met Lionel's gaze for a moment before she nodded. She would just have to wait to reprimand him for not explaining another time. This situation was even worse than before with Raypax still streaming in. So, she had to prioritize their safety first. The moment Aina stepped in front of him, Lionel took a breath and settled his mind. This region seemed flooded with nothing more than fifth-dimensional solid Raypax. He hadn't even seen a ruined Raypax yet, which was part of the reason their fight, until now, was so easy. Thanks to this, he didn't have to worry about Aina's safety at all. He could focus his everything on this. With a flip of his palm, a fingernail-sized gemstone appeared in his hand. It seemed almost inconspicuous, but the moment it touched Lionel's palm, it was as though it had been lit on fire. Even when Lionel squeezed his hand shut, radiant light spilled out through the cracks, causing rays of red gold to splinter off in all directions. But he remained silent, his mind soothed and calm. The feeling was a bit exhilarating, and Lionel even felt a hint of excitement bubbling up, but he forcefully repressed it. For at least the first time, he needed it to be absolutely perfect. That way, he could replicate it through his absolute control and achieve the same result again and again. The Camelot magic system had always required a spiritual medium. This was why they used wands and staffs. Some of Modred's most powerful spells could only be cast with the help of her wand. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Usually, these spiritual mediums were carved out of what the people of Camelot called spiritual trees. But in Lionel's understanding, these so-called spiritual trees had just been quasi-fourth-dimensional trees capable of withstanding the amplification of force. Through his study of a natural force art left behind by Merlin, Lionel was able to learn that the best spiritual medium of a mage was actually their own body, and this was where magehood and knighthood intersected. This realization was what led to the birth of Lionel's mage core. Ironically, if one looked into Lionel's ethereal glabella now, his mage core had sprung up and looked a lot like one would expect a spiritual tree to look. In that way, everything seemed to have come back around full circle. The petals of Lionel's mage core each represented a separate element. One for fire, another for space, and more for light, variant earth. And now there was even one for water. As Lionel improved, these petals grew more detailed, and his mage core grew, allowing Lionel to pull more and more atmospheric force toward himself. Like this, he became his own spiritual medium, allowing him to cast large-scale spells with great effort on his part as he could rely on force outside of his body. But if one thought about it, didn't the petals of a mage core sound and feel a lot like an innate node? In fact, the more Lionel thought about it, the more he loved the comparison. In fact, an innate node was just an even more intimate part of Lionel than even his mage core could be. This innate node in his palm right now, it was the very same innate node he had been born with as a child, the very one his mother suffered to birth with him, the very one that called down the phenomena upon his birth. The intimacy he had with it, even after so long had passed, transcended almost anything else he had ever experienced in life. Shoo! A strange vacuum seemed to form around Lionel. In that moment, his eyes snapped open, a wild red-gold light shimmering within his irises even as a similarly colored fog began to waft from his body. Junior Scarlet Mage. Lionel exhaled a breath, the temperature around him skyrocketing more and more with every passing second. And yet, he had never felt better in his entire life. His scales lit on fire, his wings following suit soon after. He was bathed in a red-gold flame, a moan almost escaping his lips as the intoxicating feeling spread throughout his body. And then, he tapped his foot to the ground. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. A rushing line of flames spread out from his, quickly drawing a majestic magic circle that surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Each line of fire seemed to race against one another, quickly completing their patterns one at a time. Aina, follow me. Aina's axe swung down once more as Lionel stretched a hand out. In quick succession, several fireballs formed and shot past her, the heat making even her tough skin tingle. Boom, 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 boom. Aina's eyes widened as she watched the tunnel collapse. When she looked back, she found a hole where Lionel had been, her heart threatening to beat out of her chest. Aina quickly pursued, the sound of rumbling explosion resounding beneath her. No matter how fast she fell down each hole, she couldn't seem to catch up, causing the astonishment on her face to only grow. She knew that these walls were actually fragile compared to normal seventh-dimensional rock. After all, this nest had to be built by hand, so it couldn't be too difficult. As such, they were the equivalent of dried mud in the third dimension within the seventh dimension. Still, despite knowing all of this, Aina couldn't help but be baffled. Her axe, it could barely leave a small nick on these mud walls. Suddenly, a rush of light flooded Aina's vision, and she realized the booming sounds had calmed to a halt. When her vision cleared, she found Lionel standing before her in a vast underwater cavern before them. Streams of vibrant green waters snaked all around, and several waterfalls pooled in from the sides. Toward the center, a delicate stack of heavily runed eggs the size of a human lay, each booming with a clear heartbeat that rocked the soft bed of soaked soil they sat upon. In the very center, there was one egg that was not only by far the largest, it was the only one half submerged in a pond of green liquid. While the runes of the eggs around it varied from black to bronze, to silver and even gold, its runes was a bright green color, radiating its own light. However, this wasn't the most shocking part of the cavern. There was already a battle raging on, and it seemed to have been going on for a while. A litter of Raypak's corpses lay, and at a single glance, it was easy to tell that each of them had been at the seventh dimension, with only a rare few having been at the sixth. It was a deduction enough to leave one frozen in shock. Still battling several more Raypaks, a singular young man with simple black hair stood with nothing more than a sword in hand. When Lionel laid eyes on the young man, though his expression went as cold as ice despite the star-like temperatures he was radiating. The Sword Deity. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1371. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 6 seconds p.m. Chapter 1371. Deliberate steps. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1371. Deliberate steps. Aina frowned. Looking toward Lionel's back, she could feel that something was off. However, she didn't know about what had happened between Lionel and Amory, as she had already left before them. There didn't seem to be anything too drastically different about Lionel's expression, but she could just sense the shift. It wasn't really something she had ever felt from him before, at least not in such an obvious and large quantity. Her gaze turned back to Amory, her brows furrowing deeper. Someone had gotten here before them, and by the looks of it, they had already been here for a long while, even to the point of fighting all of these Raypaks alone. The seventh-dimensional Raypaks that had fallen had clearly been severely weakened. However, even with that being the case, their strength was still beyond what normal six-dimensional existences could match. And yet, somehow, this singular young man had taken them all on without the slightest hint of help from others. Sixth dimension? He's in the sixth dimension? But Aina had assumed that this young man was part of the true selection, and likely even the one other amethyst token wielder everyone was talking about. But everyone in their generation should still be within the fifth dimension. No? Void Palace didn't allow anyone who had crossed that barrier in, because they only raised students who had taken the God path. Unless this young man managed to step onto the God path without the help of the Void Palace. Aina wasn't sure what such a thing would entail, but her intuition told her that such a feat wasn't normal by any stretch of the imagination, even if you had a powerful family backing you. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. You know him? Aina asked Lionel, treading lightly. Lionel didn't answer immediately. His breathing calmed, and his heart returned to its steady beat. Let's just say I have a few things to pay him back for, he said evenly. From start to finish, Amory didn't look back. There is simply no way that someone who was battling such a large number of Raypaks could possibly have such dull senses. So the only explanation was that he had sensed them, and he simply didn't care to divert his attention. Without a word, Lionel plopped down and crossed his legs, closing his eyes. Aina, who obviously witnessed this, had an odd change in expression. She could immediately sense that Lionel's consciousness wasn't in the present any longer, as though it had been sucked up elsewhere. He must want her to look over him. But this situation was a bit unbeknownst to Aina, who was perfectly correct in her statement. Not only had Lionel's consciousness vanished, but it had entered the spear domain world, his piercing eyes gazing over the horizon. When Amory defeated and quite frankly humiliated him what felt like a lifetime ago now, Lionel hadn't actually been angry. Or, more accurately, he hadn't reacted like he might have otherwise. Granted, part of the reason for this was because he was more focused on saving his own life than anything else. Being enraged at that time would have only brought him closer to his death, not further away. Still, even if Lionel hadn't been so close to death's door that day, his rage still wouldn't have shown on his face. He just wasn't that kind of person. He might choose to entertain an outward display of rage when it was related to someone close and dear to him. But when it came to his own ego, he preferred a much more quiet, brewing storm. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net Lionel's father had taught him a lot of things in his life. The ones of main importance were respect and persistence. He carried it wherever he went, and one of the rare times he could find his father being serious about anything was when he spoke of them. However, there were many other lessons that Lionel had learned without being explicitly told. His father's casual demeanor, hiding a lurking, slumbering beast within, was one of those things. A large part of the reason Lionel preferred to handle things himself was because he had observed these matters. A betrayal of his friend? He took it with a placid expression. A betrayal of his lover? He simply cut ties and let the relationship rot. A betrayal of his strength? He let it sit and fester, a small, disguised reminder at the back of his head, waiting to be awakened and remembered. Lionel took a step forward. The darkness of the spear domain hadn't changed. A countless, endless chain of mountains, a dark and black sky. Even the cracks of thunder and lightning didn't shed much color at all. Lionel walked down a winding path, regions that used to pressure him greatly rolling off his shoulders as though they weren't there at all. It had been a while since Lionel tried to claim a spear. He had stopped at the quasi-silver spear peaks because it simply wasn't smart to go on. Surviving in spear domain required a powerful spear force. But Lionel had always gotten away with far more because he had a powerful mind to offset his weaknesses. However, now, not only did he have a powerful mind that had recently entered the ranks of the sixth dimension, but his spear force had evolved to a level it had never touched before. A strong barrier of separation lay between the quasi-silver ranks. As though wading through air as thick as crass black oil, Lionel was forced to push through, his light steps becoming heavier, and even his skin beginning to weigh him down. However, he pushed through. A shroud of golden spear force surrounded him and pierced forward, shredding the curtain that lay ahead and allowing him to step through. The moment he did, the overwhelming pressure collapsed in from all sides. Lionel's bones creaked and sweat fell from his brows, but he continued to walk forward, one deliberate step after another. Chapter 1372, published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 4 seconds p.m. Chapter 1372. Spear domain. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, 1372 spear domain. The spear graveyard in the black grade region of the spear domain had truly felt as such. However, as Lionel walked forward and crossed from the bronze grade region into the silver grade region, he felt as though he was entering a whole new world. The number of spears littered in the surroundings were just as numerous and, quite frankly, actually seemed to be far larger in number. The bronze grade region had already been twice as large as the black grade region, and despite just stepping foot in the silver grade region, Lionel could feel that the scale was even larger, at least 10 times that of the bronze region. One would think that the more powerful the spears became, the less of them there would be. But the spear domain seemed to throw this logic out of the window, and Lionel felt that maybe, just for this case alone, it made sense. Lionel didn't know anything about the origins of the spear domain ring, but what he did know was that every spear here had been acknowledged by it. The spear domain wouldn't allow unworthy spears to enter its ranks. Just by this logic alone, It would make sense that those with access to higher quality spears will be the largest pool of powerhouses whose tales could be found inscribed here. It made Lionel think, though. What was he missing out on? If his logic was sound, then that would mean that the spears in the black and bronze regions were far more impressive for having made it so far. To take less and make more of what they had, the spearmen and women of those regions had to climb a far taller mountain. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update, speed to thought, made Lionel wonder if he was missing out on the best experiences the spear domain had to offer. Ever since he claimed his first spear peak, he had been treating the spears at the bottom of the hills as mere stepping stones. He only observed them for long enough to grasp their essence and bolster his understanding of the domain that ruled over them all. Lionel took another heavy step forward, his chest heaving. In the future, he would definitely have to observe the spear domain for longer and see if there was anything he had skipped over and missed. He would also definitely have to ask Y-Star Order about what he might or might not know about it. But for now, he needed a quasi-gold spear. Lionel didn't just want to beat Amory. He wanted to defeat him with a spear. Whether that was realistic or not, he didn't know. And for now, he didn't care. Back then, Amory had tried to take his spear domain ring away. There was no doubt in Lionel's mind that Amory was well aware of what family he came from and what the origins of it were, but he simply did not care. It was obvious that Amory both didn't fear the Morales family and actually just might be enemies with them. Such a victory, Lionel didn't just want to claim for himself, but also the Morales family. Of course, this wasn't because Lionel had suddenly become loyal to the core Morales family member. It was rather because, as far as he was concerned, this family would be his to control in the future. If he didn't put his best foot forward now, when would he? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net Lionel pulled himself up the hill. By now, in the outside world, his body was completely drenched in sweat. A worried Aina watched on, but there was nothing that she could do. She had to protect Lionel from the front. She hadn't forgotten that they were in the middle of a battlefield right this moment. If it wasn't for Amory, they would have already been swarmed. But it was clear from Lionel's reaction that Amory was most definitely not an ally. The time continued to tick by and eventually an entire half hour had passed. The sweat drenching Lionel's body had only gotten worse. If Aina didn't know better, she would have thought that Lionel was being boiled alive, but what could possibly force someone with maybe the greatest fire elemental affinity in the human domain to sweat like this? Aina could only be baffled. Lionel's force didn't seem to be circulating, and his strength seemed stagnate as his stamina plummeted. None of it made sense. Aina's head suddenly snapped up, her gaze narrowing. She had expected this to happen, but when it finally did, she still couldn't help but put her guard up. Several groups of youths poured in, having been delayed by going to the wrong location. When they saw the situation, many didn't quite know or understand how to react. And the few that recognized Amory gave themselves a long pause, apprehension growing in their hearts. Conan of the Leo family, Simona of the Pius family, and the large Armand of the Terrius family were all present. However, they only represented the geniuses of just their foggy lake. Aina could tell instantly, just from her instinct alone, that there were at least 6 or more others that carried that same level of danger in the way they carried themselves. Lionel and Aina didn't go unnoticed, and it made those that recognized them frown. They could accept Amory getting here before them, but Lionel and Aina were a different matter entirely. Among this number included a familiar group of 3, or rather 2. It seemed that the third of their trio hadn't made it. The atmosphere immediately became odd. In the center, there was a singular young man fighting dozens of elite Raypaks on his own. The effort on his part wasn't small, but it was clear that he was reserving himself, waiting for something. Around this battle, several groups formed, among which was Lionel and Aina. Many of them eyed the egg, unwilling to take their eyes off of it. Not everyone understood exactly what was at stake here. In fact, the majority were ignorant. However, it didn't take a genius to understand what the most valuable thing here was. Aina's grip tightened around her axe, her eyes remaining focused as she protected Lionel to her back. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1373. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 3 seconds p.m. Chapter 1373. It'll explain if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1373. It'll explain the hilt of Aina's battle axe slammed against the ground with a dull thud, a light breath leaving her lips. Her posture straightened and her eyes partially closed. Her aura seemed to steam and bubble, the dangerous air coming off of her multiplying several times every second, even as the subtle patterns of a black panther crawled up her skin, highlighted by a faint crimson glow. Her hair was gently lifted into the wind before settling down, its length so long that it almost graced the ground with its presence. Though she didn't move or say a single word, her entire demeanor screamed danger. If anyone took even a single step toward Lionel, she would lash out. The gazes of several of the geniuses narrowed. Everyone had the feeling that this situation was only growing more complicated with each passing moment, and it was difficult for them to tell exactly where their place should be. It was difficult enough for the absolute geniuses who would have been amethyst token wielders in other years to decide how to act, but the stragglers that were golden token wielders at best were even more lost, suddenly feeling that it was a mistake to come so far. At that moment, completely out of everyone's expectations, Lionel's eyes suddenly shot open. A ring of light violently expanded outward, causing a wind to kick up and a wall of pressure to push outward. Some of the weaker individuals found themselves almost lifted up from their feet, their bodies being sent stumbling backward. Lionel exhaled a long breath, his body slowly rising. He reached out with a hand, sweat dancing down the contours of his shredded physique. As his metal body progressed, it only seemed to make every fiber more defined, every peak larger and every valley deeper, only for it all to be tightly compressed into a lean, thrumming engine. A spear seemed to manifest from motes of light in the air at the behest of his fingers. The lights grew more numerous before concentrating into a solid weight that fell with the heft of a mountain into Lionel's grip. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed for a moment. There was nothing more than a blinding rod of light, too bright to see any of its individual features. However, when its coat of light began to flake off, dancing in the air like twinkling stars, what was left was a spear too stunning to even be properly described in words. Its length was about 2.5 meters from tip to tip, its minor details more beautiful and gorgeous than the last. Its shaft took up most of its weight, designed with white hexagonal plates of metal. In between the gaps of these white hexagonal plates, radiant golden lights were hidden within, giving off an air of unmatched purity. The spear's blade was a mixture of lethality and astounding design. It had the shape of a harpoon, one side of its blade edge being as flat and smooth as a sword's edge, and the other forming 3 menacing curves that looked like a shark's teeth. The blade was almost 2 feet long alone and was a blinding golden color. Sometimes it would appear to be as solid as a finely worked piece of metal, and at other times it would appear as intangible as light itself, dancing between the two dichotomies with a deft ease. Lionel's grip tightened, his arm flexing as he casually swept his spear to the side in an elegant arc bang. The ground was sliced in two and immediately lifted beneath the wind pressure alone, a slab of rock rising up and crash into an opposing wall. The spear made the 7th-dimensional terrain look like nothing more than Play-Doh, its prowess shining through with a healthy arrogance. Lionel's free palm still held onto his original innate node. Without much of a thought, he slid it into his mouth, allowing it to rest beneath his tongue. The familiar heat coursed through his body, making him feel free and alive. His glance swept over Aina. She seemed primed and ready, but he simply smiled. taking a step forward, his arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Aina, caught off guard by the sudden showing of affection, faltered slightly. Something about Lionel's sweat after so long consuming cleansing waters every day was particularly refreshing and almost oppressively masculine. It was the kind of smell that left her eyes a bit hazy without her knowledge. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, you like when I explain what I want to do, right? Aina looked up and toward Lionel's side profile, her gaze suddenly blinking expectantly. Then I'll tell you. Lionel's grin only widened with every passing second. He swept his gaze over the growing number of groups before his gaze landed on Amory. You see that guy over there? He pointed with his spear. Before we leave this nest today, I'm going to kick his ass. But you see, it's kind of unfair, and I'm not a fan of giving my enemies excuses. So, first, I drained most of my stamina claiming this quasi-gold spear. Lionel's gaze shifted from Amory's back, rolling through the crowd of people once more, his voice being the only sound amidst the battle cries and clashes of the Rapax and Amory. But I don't think that's enough, honestly. I've also heard that there are a lot of people who think my amethyst token shouldn't be in my hands. Lionel released his grip on Aina, taking slow steps forward, his palm flipped over, an amethyst token appearing within. With a flick of his thumb, the token barreled forth before being firmly stuck in the ceiling above Lionel's head, unmoving. So, I thought that I would deal with that first. At that moment, Lionel's eyes locked onto Armand. The image of the latter's disdain, due to his bloodline's reaction, was still seared into his memory. Since that moment, he had had every intention of defeating this person using the Luxnix family's lineage factor. I don't really care if you all come together or one by one. Either way, you'll fall beneath my blade first. Chapter 1374. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:43 and 1 p.m. Chapter 1374. Monster and Beast Skin. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1374. Monster and Beast Skin. A stunned sort of silence gripped the young geniuses, their eyes suddenly all focusing on the amethyst token vibrating in the ceiling. They had never thought that such a thing would happen, let alone in this sort of situation. Author's note, big boo-boo on my part. I keep saying Armand is part of the Terrius family, but he's actually part of the Tor family. This is an important distinction you guys will learn about in the future. Sorry for the continuity error. Armand's eyes narrowed, his bare torso rippling with strength. Lionel was only just over 2 meters tall, but he stood at 2.5 meters, making the difference between them more than just a single head. With the 2 enormous axes by his side, one to each palm, he looked to be a giant. Whoosh! In that moment, a figure suddenly flickered and vanished, their speed so blindingly fast that it was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Their body seemed to lengthen into a thin string, their body breaking the laws of physics and reaching warp speeds. Even if one tried to blink during their movement, completing the action wouldn't have been possible. The knife appeared before Lionel's neck almost the instant after the figure moved. The blade shot through the air, its speed whipping by Lionel. When it finally came to a halt, the figure that had wielded it had already passed Lionel, also coming to a stop. The sight of a young man drenched in black and red came into view. His body was lanky to an extreme, but filled with a lean, sort of explosive power. They weren't too tall, but they weren't too short either. Everything about them seemed to scream power. However, you're slow. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Lionel's words drifted into his ears. The young man's gaze shifted from empty space to his blade, only to realize that there wasn't the slightest hint of blood on it. When he looked back toward Lionel, he found that the latter had moved just half a foot to the right at a completely unknown time to him, just enough to dodge the blade by what would have been nothing more than a hair's breadth. At that moment, a strong stomp shook the earth and caused the connecting rivers and waterfalls of green to ripple outward. Armand took another heavy stomp forward, causing a second quake to ripple outward. By the time he primed himself for a third, he was already in a charge, his tall, lumbering figure building up a deathly sort of momentum. I advise you stay out of my way, Rowan Cancer. This bug to squash is mine, and mine alone. Rowan stood in silence. He didn't seem to react to anything, whether it was shame for having launched a sneak attack, nor his miss. It was as though none of it had to do with him. But he continued to stare at the blade without a single word. To insult the Tor family will be the last thing you ever do. Lionel didn't respond. It seemed that this man took pointing a spear toward him as an insult. But that was fine by him. Today he had a few points to prove. On the outskirts of the battlefield, within a group, a young man chuckled. All this fighting when there are two beauty amongst beauties here. I really don't know which one to choose. Choices, choices. The gaze of the young flickered back and forth between Aina and Simona, truly unable to decide which one to linger upon more. He had a feeling that this sort of matter would be dragged on for a very long time. And, judging by the situation, everyone was waiting for an opportunity to snag the biggest prize. Once Amory was tired out and had gracefully defeated all of the Ray packs for them, there would be a chance to snag the highest prize amidst all the chaos. As far as he was concerned, fighting now would be nothing more than a stroke of the ego. It would waste his time, his stamina, and ruin whatever timing he had. Chasing beauties, however, that was a very different matter. He, John Verg, could always make time to chase women. His mouth would never run out stamina, whether it was for talking or other things. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Netbang. John looked back from getting his fill, only for his pupils to constrict. A very familiar figure slid along the ground, their heavy body grinding to a halt at his feet. Armin's hands trembled, flames licking at his arms that threatened to burn them to ash. John looked up from Armand to lock gazes with Lionel. Even without the latter saying a word, the warning seemed to be clear: watch where you're looking. Even while in the midst of battle, it seemed Lionel was well aware of his surroundings. Maybe far too aware. Armand slowly stood from the ground, his pupils constricting as he looked at the state of his forearms. For now, these injuries were only superficial and at most skin deep, something that wasn't a problem for a warrior on his level. However, there was something about these flames that instilled a deep fear within him. If it wasn't for his own force eventually countering it, he felt that he could have already been burnt to ash. Scarlet Star Force. The words Armand spoke seemed to cause the atmosphere to freeze once more. Even Amory, who had yet to turn back to face even a single one of them, had a slight pause in his movements. The weight of such a force was not small by any stretch of the imagination. In one moment, Lionel had gone from someone they were all certain had relied on his connections and nepotism to gain an amethyst token, to a monster in beast skin. The fiery light danced along Lionel's skin, making him look like a Roman god bathed in ambrosia. A steam wafted from his spear, the temperature around him skyrocketing. "Is that it?" he asked lightly. "If this is all my generation has to offer, don't you think it would just be better if you all follow me instead?" Lionel grinned. Chapter 1375. Published at 10th of November, 2022, 12:42 and 59 seconds p.m. Chapter 1375. Shadows on the other side if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1375 Shadows on the other side. Lionel, with an ability to use his Scarlet Star Force, even at just the 4th dimensional level, was like giving wings to a tiger. Facing nothing more than a group of 5th dimensional existences only a tier or two higher than him, it made the prowess of the number 1 flame in all of existence shine through all the more. Lionel's words seemed to stoke a flame in the youths. "So that's what this is about. I heard that the littlest Nova is late to the party, but I didn't expect you to be this desperate. Do you even understand the dynamics between our families to be asking such a question?" The one who spoke was surprising Conan of the Leo family. Despite his usual personality, he had become frighteningly reserved after seeing Amory present. He might have been the first to act had this situation not been so odd to begin with. The Raypaks were so focused on trying to take down Amory that they hadn't even splintered off a single one of them to try and wipe out what remained of their threats. Conan's words, despite his brutish nature, actually sounded quite smart. And, despite seeing Armand, a man he could at best match evenly in battle, thrown back like a rag doll, he hadn't reacted to this very much either. You can claim an upper hand for now. True state force isn't something that can be countered easily. But we'll all soon be in the sixth dimension, the level where true dividing lines and separations will happen. You're quite confident in your innate node, but do you know why innate nodes are rare amongst humans to begin with? Most people born with them end up dying before reaching their primes because they'll be consumed by them. Innate nodes are the path of the spirituals. They're the only race capable of coexisting with such a burden. But for you, not only will our god paths be able to counter your Scarlet Star Force in the future, but you might very well die in a few decades anyway. So don't you think you're too arrogant? Lionel tilted his head to the side, observing Conan from head to toe. He found it somewhat amusing that the man wearing radiant white gold-plated armor was the one calling him out for being too arrogant. It was even funnier because he could feel something quite similar to his king's might coming off of Conan, making him quite sensitive to just how prideful this young man was. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext. Com to experience faster update speed. That said, Conan was right about one thing he said. Lionel didn't know the dynamics between the families. For all he knew, asking this of these youths was asking them to betray some ties they had already formed, or in the worst of cases, betray their family themselves. However, that wasn't what Lionel had meant. I think you've misunderstood me. When I said to follow me, I meant in my shadow. I've heard a lot of complaining about my token, but now that I'm here, no one seems to want to prove or falsify anything. I'm just disappointed. As for what you have to say about my innate node, Lionel's smile faded. Don't assign limits you to do to yourself to me. Conan's gaze narrowed, his expression turning dangerous. No one dared to speak to him like this, no one. But the oppressive might coming off of Lionel seemed no lesser than that of his own. No, it even felt like it faintly surpassed it. Conan's brow couldn't help but furrow. Was there a lineage factor that could match his family's in such a field? Why had he never heard of it then? Aina, though, found a very different problem with this situation. Lionel isn't usually like this. Something feels off. She found it hard to describe. It wasn't that Lionel wasn't being himself, but it was rather that he was being too much of himself. He might normally think these things in his mind, but it was rare for him to verbalize them. Everything from how he started this matter to how he ended it felt weird. First he wrapped his arm around her waist, then grandly told everyone his plan, and even after all of that, he didn't seem to actually be taking tangible steps toward that goal. Everything had seemed overly showy and arrogant, even down to showing her off and claiming her grandly. But there was ultimately no substance to it all. Lionel wasn't like that. Sure, he had knocked Armand down with a single blow and asserted his dominance. But the Lionel she knew was less of a talker and much more doer. He preferred to show his arrogance through actions rather than words. If he could do something quicker by punching, he wouldn't bother wagging his tongue. And when it came to matters related to her, he was especially sensitive. Aina had definitely noticed John's looks. She hadn't done anything because she felt that this was Lionel's stage. Under normal circumstances, he would have already lashed out. And yet it was odd. On one hand, Aina thought that Lionel was being far more aggressive than he usually was. But on another, he wasn't being aggressive enough. To an outsider, it sounded like she was asking for the impossible. However, to Aina, without intimately she understood Lionel, she knew something was off. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Yet there were only two possibilities. Either this was his Scarlet Star Force already making subtle changes to his personality, or Lionel's gaze sharpened. I knew it. The actions of Amory were odd enough. However, the actions of the ruined Raypax elites bordered on absolutely ridiculous. If anything, the Rapax felt like a race of incompetent, bumbling buffoons with how they had handled everything up until this point. They had practically allowed a group of children to run rampant in their territory with barely any repercussions at all. This egg represented the pinnacle of their race, the future leading expert of their people, and an investment they had poured practically everything into. Would this really be all the showing they had for such an important thing? On the other hand, Amory's lack of a response to everything could be taken as a sign of his arrogance. But his pace was still too leisurely, and his demeanor far too casual for what he was trying to accomplish. There was only one explanation for everything. It wasn't just Amory that was waiting for something. The Rapax were waiting for something too. On one side, there was the Rapax. On another, there was the Void Palace. And now, there was a third party. Boom, 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 boom. An entire segment of the underwater cavern collapsed, causing a wall of green water to rush in. It was then they appeared, sinister devils shrouded in darkness. The moment Lionel laid eyes on them, a deep revulsion from the depths of his soul took hold of him, a revulsion he could immediately tell was rooted in his snowy star owl lineage factor. He thought back to Y-Star Order's words. There were 6 lineage factors in the lights, and there were 6 in the dark. They're the shadows on the other side. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1376. Published at 11th of November, 2022, 6:47 and 38 seconds a.m. Chapter 1376. Shadow if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1376. Shadow Lionel immediately shot backward, landing by Ana's side. He crossed the face of Rowan without even glancing his way, his eyes still locked onto the surging waters and flickering shadows. These newcomers seemed to move slowly, but their speed was exceptionally fast. They almost instantly split into 2 groups, one converging onto the Rapax and the egg, while the others fanned out, clearly wanting to deal with the youths of the Void Palace. Almost the instant they did, Lionel felt an odd shift in the atmosphere. Several heads turned in his direction, their faces obscured by the shadows to the point even their body shapes were hard to make out. Whether they were male or female, fit or slim, even their heights seemed to wildly fluctuate, making Lionel's calculations reboot every other second. A chilling wind nipped at Lionel's neck, but his gaze only became colder. What was immediately obvious was that these individuals couldn't break the rules of the Rapax either. They were almost definitely either within the 5th dimension or the low 6th-dimensional tiers. Lionel's gaze sharpened. He couldn't afford to use this as an experiment any longer. This wasn't the time to train. It was a time to focus on survival. Ana. Yes. Go all out. Bang. Both of their auras skyrocketed, intertwining in a blazing pillar. One side of blinding white gold and red. Another side of dense black and crimson. A shadow appeared before them both, only to be met with 2 blades simultaneously. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Then if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed boom. Mature Snowy Star Owl? What an unexpected find. Be a good little boy and tell me where you got your lineage factor. The shadow's dense fog seemed to morph, becoming 2 glistening bat wings that reflected hues of silver from time to time, as though it had trapped the rays of the moon. Lionel's lips upturned, forming a sneer. I'm pretty interested in where yours came from, too. The shadow seemed stunned for a moment, its wings slightly trembling as one half blocked Lionel's spear and the other handled Ana's battle axe. Even facing the 2 of them, its feet dug into the ground, its powerful legs pushing back without losing out in the slightest. However, it soon burst into a fit of laughter that grated on the ears, making Lionel feel as though a fork was scraping against his eardrum. You want to know where mine comes from? I have not met a boy so arrogant and ignorant in my life. Do you believe that even if you did know, that you could do something about it? The wings of the shadow flexed. An uncontrollable strength pulsed down Lionel's arms. He immediately found his balance shifting, his attempts at forcing down and fighting back against the feeling failing. Without suspense, both he and Aina were forced back, their bodies sliding against the ground. Lionel's blood rumbled, immediately allowing his wings to unfurl from his back once more. He realized in that moment that there was no sense in holding back against these people. Scales of white gold erupted across his skin, hiding the dense bronze runes that formed beneath them. In that moment, his speed skyrocketed, the golden blade of his spear shimmering with an added flare as he struck outward over a dozen times in quick succession. Aina's pupils elongated and sharpened, her canines growing and the black fog that came off of herself becoming all the more prominent. The pair shot forward in unison, their blades practically intertwining and leaving wild streaks of shimmering, sharp force in the air. Lionel's figure flickered, his spear crown erupting. Radiant light followed his every movement. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net Aina's strides were long, her attacks wild. Each movement carried with it an explosive power. The dichotomy of fast and swift versus powerful and purposeful almost instantly overwhelmed the shadow. Lionel was able to calculate Aina's next move even before she did it, and Aina was able to instinctually react to every action Lionel took. Despite it having been over a year since the two fought with one another, it felt as though they had never missed a single day. Lionel's spear flickered, appearing before the shadow's throat, only to instantly find a wing in its path. However, as though he had expected exactly this much, he had already moved, his figure vanishing and appearing to its back. His spear snaked forward as though its trajectory had never changed, piercing toward the back of the shadow's skull. Aina appeared to its front, her stance firm and her battle axe swinging in an upward arc. The momentum of her string was so fierce that its polearm warped and bent, the crashing sounds of wind pushing against its blade, making one feel as though their eardrums might burst. The snarky voice of the shadow had long since faded. It was impossible to tell what sort of state it was in or if it had even bled once since this battle began. However, its lack of a word seemed to speak volumes all to itself. The shadow dodged Lionel's spear by tilting its head to the side, but almost immediately crashed against Aina's axe as a result of its efforts. It stumbled backward in time to find that Lionel had already retracted his spear, his heel slamming into the back of the shadow's knee as it retreated. The shadow's heart skipped a beat. With how ethereal its form was currently, it couldn't understand how Lionel had managed to pinpoint its joints so precisely. But by the time it had finished this thought, it was already too late. Aina's axe descended from the skies, carrying with it the momentum of the original upward swing and slamming downward with a piercing wind pressure that made the shadow feel as though it was about to be split in half, without even feeling the touch of the cool blade's edge. Lionel's gaze sharpened, a dense fire lighting within. He had been careful to not use his Scarlet Star Force to not harm Aina, but now was the perfect time. Flames erupted on the tip of his blade, fusing with his spear force in the blink of an eye. Crack! Lionel's expression flickered when he heard this, but his strike remained true, timing it all perfectly. Their teamwork was simply too seamless. However, at that moment his eyes widened. Retreat. Chapter 1377. Published at 11th of November, 2022, 6:47 and 37 seconds a.m. Chapter 1377. Tell me if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. 1377. Tell me it didn't need a second warning. Her gaze flickered, her muscles reacting on instinct. Her mind flashed back to the flick of Lionel's father's finger. A single action changed the trajectory of an attack that had her everything behind it with what was seemingly minimal effort. The key wasn't to try to reverse everything at once, but rather to apply pressure in a new, easier direction. Well, maybe this was how Lionel would have broken things down. But to Aina, She only needed to see it once, and it was already seamlessly incorporated into her battle style. She didn't need to think, she only needed to react. Her AXS arc shifted only the slightest bit, missing its intended target and swinging down and back. In one smooth motion, all of her forward momentum was suddenly pushed in a new direction, sending her body retreating even faster than it had been coming forward. Aina's pupils constricted as a palm enveloped by shadows and darkness just barely missed her chest. If she was just a moment slower, the result would have been devastating. At that moment, a strong wall of wind slammed against Aina's body. But this wind wasn't from the palm, but was rather from a flap of Lionel's wings that had just reached her. Her backward momentum shot up, causing the palm that had still been pursuing her to fall out of range, coming to a halt. Aina immediately recovered, shifting the momentum of her battle axe once again and crossing it before her chest. Her grasp on impetus and motion seemed to have touched an otherworldly level, seamlessly loosening all of the pressure she felt from sudden changes in movement. Still, her heartbeat couldn't help but slow to a crawl, each individual pump becoming more and more powerful. Right then, that attack had come out of nowhere. She would have been a step late in reacting if not for Lionel, something that was shocking to her. It was clear that this individual had tried to get rid of her first and quickly. While Aina was sure that she would have managed to come out without dying, there was no doubt that she would have been injured, maybe even heavily. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed just like that. Lionel and Aina found themselves separated by a few dozen meters. There now being two shadows in between them instead of one, the second seemingly having appeared from thin air. However, Lionel knew better. They hadn't appeared out of nowhere, they had folded space. It was yet another Shadow Sovereign. A third one had appeared. There's Shadow Sovereign. Be careful, Lionel said, pushing his senses to the absolute maximum. He almost hadn't noticed the change. Luckily, ever since he ran into the Umbra family, Lionel had a habit of not only scanning regions, but also checking for shifts in force concentration, a task he assigned to one of his many split minds. The Umbra family had a strong concealment ability that was difficult to detect. The only method was by checking for the shift in dark elemental force concentration. Just then, Lionel had sensed a random and sharp spike, which made him realize that there was something wrong. He chose to retreat first and not get greedy. How do you detect them? Aina asked. Feel for dark elemental force. Lionel responded, using his internal sight this time. Though he wasn't sure if there was a way for Shadow Sovereigns to hide their tracks, but he would rather not let an enemy know that they had to do so. This way, they'd still have a leg up. With just a short exchange, Aina understood. Her dark elemental affinity was high to begin with. This wouldn't be a problem. She wouldn't need Lionel's sharp senses to sense it. After being told once, that was all she needed. The second shadow slowly retracted their palm. It was impossible to see their face, but Lionel still felt uneasy to the point he felt that it was too optimistic to believe that it currently had a surprised expression. This second shadow was far more of a problem. In a short lull, Lionel quickly scanned the battlefield. He realized that the number of shadows wasn't enough to overwhelm them, but they were extraordinarily powerful. If not for Lionel and Aina working together to defeat the first shadow, it would have taken either one of them far more effort. Their battle prowess fighting together was greater than the sum of their individual strengths, something Aina would most definitely remind Lionel of at a future date. Even while being outnumbered, the momentum of the battlefield had taken a large swing. In fact, many youths from the Void Palace had already fallen, never to rise again. Their numbers had already been cut by a fifth, and it was only getting worse with each passing second. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Netto make matters worse. The flood of water the shadows had allowed and was slowly overwhelming the land. Lionel could already feel the moisture at his feet, and maybe soon they'd all be wading in it. Things were fine for now, because this water was filled with life force and could actually be greatly beneficial if they saved and stored it away. However, What about when the anarchic force poison layer began to flood inward as well? That level of toxicity wasn't anything they could combat alone. Even Lionel wasn't sure if he would be all right. Get up. The second shadow spoke to the first, a harsh disdain in their voice. The first shadow was the only one to have come so close to losing their life so quickly. Despite its usual snarkiness, the first shadow didn't say a word as it complied. This kid, I'm aware. Go support the others. All the information he has will soon be mine. We don't have a lot of time before the Ray Packs try to close the cage of this trap. They think they've sprung on us. Yes. The first shadow flickered and vanished, its wings only needing to flap once to take it across the battlefield and toward its target. The palms of the remaining shadow flipped over, revealing two slender, shadowy swords. It turned toward Lionel, its head seeming to tilt. Why don't you tell me where the lineage tablet is? Chapter 1378. Published at 11th of November, 2022, 6:47 and 36 seconds a.m. Chapter 1378. Counter if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1378. Counter. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Of all the things he could have expected to happen, this was the last. He didn't think that just existing would end with such people on his tail. He couldn't help but wonder how it was the Luxnick had remained safe for so long. From what Lionel could tell, these shadows definitely came from an organization far more powerful than what the Luxnicks could hope to match. Lionel exhaled a light breath. The obvious conclusion was that this was thanks to Y Star Order. The old man had remained silent even up until this point, despite the fact Lionel was quite certain he was paying attention to the current situation. It suddenly felt obvious to Lionel that the old man had more reasons for forcing the Luxnicks to lay low for 3 generations than he was letting on. However, Lionel had absolutely no intention of selling out a family he planned on taking over personally very soon. And even if he hadn't had such intentions, exposing them would put his mother, grandmother, and cousin in harm's way. If they wanted such information from him, they would have to try harder than this. Lionel's body relaxed. The toned outline of his scale-covered body seemed to lengthen somewhat, his tense muscles loosening. Almost the moment he did, spiraling flames seemed to erupt around him, as though this was simply his most natural state. I've never fought a Shadow Sovereign before. How about you enlighten me? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext. To experience faster update speed. The shadow didn't respond. Instead, it flickered and vanished. This time, however, this wasn't an illusion of speed. Lionel could almost impose the image of little Blackstar onto this person. Whether it was vanishing in a puff of black smoke, walking through the air, or the heavy domain that almost instantly sunk around Lionel, it was all the same. Blood shot up from Lionel's chest, a line being drawn from the middle of his torso up and out his collarbone. The strike was fierce and swift, leaving him almost no room to maneuver. However, it was also shallow. The shadow seemed taken off guard that Lionel hadn't even tried to dodge, but was even more shocked by the fact that their blade hadn't sliced him in two. Unfortunately, as shocked as it might have been about these two things, the spear running through its chest was without a doubt the highest priority. Bang! A surging tide of Scarlet Star force tore a path out of the shadow's body. Lionel's gaze narrowed, but almost in directly opposing fashion, a sneer spread across his face. He had spent every day of the last several years of his life with a Shadow Sovereign by his side. Not just this, but his mind was connected with one. Seeing this sneer, the shadow, who had just been preparing to attack again, even with a spear running through its chest, immediately chose to retreat instead. However, under what was the astonished gazes of many spectators, Lionel rushed forward to match its backward momentum. The shadow darted from the left and right, shooting in the skies and even rushing back down to the ground. But, as though he could read the future, Lionel matched it beat for beat, his spear still running through its chest. As expected, the shadow had gone incorporeal, much like little Blackstar could. While Lionel's spear had, indeed, run through its chest, it had hit nothing but empty air. However, this was exactly what Lionel had been expecting. Caught off guard and unable to react, the Shadow Sovereign reacted on instinct, dodging Lionel's strike using its greatest evasive ability, and it was exactly this that had caused it to fall into Lionel's trap. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net while in this state, the Shadow Sovereign had no ability to attack. If wanted to counter Lionel, it would have to become corporeal, but doing such a thing would be like driving a spear through its own chest. Lionel remembered very clearly that little Blackstar had once saved his life by bringing him into this incorporeal state. The little guy had been so tired after doing this that he couldn't even bring himself into the incorporeal state for a long while. This told Lionel one thing. There was most definitely a limit to how long the shadow could keep this up. Maybe it was a few minutes, maybe it was a few hours, but there was definitely a limit. And if Lionel was correct, it was definitely on the lower end, or else it wouldn't be moving so erratically. The first shadow that Lionel and Aina had fought together saw this scene, and had no idea how to react. The sight would have almost been comedic if it wasn't so blatantly obvious that they were suddenly towing the line of life and death. Shit. The first shadow immediately turned back, only to find Aina in its path. Get out of my way. Aina didn't say a single word, swinging her axe down. Lionel's gaze continued to flicker and calculate. He could already think of several methods the Shadow Sovereign could use to get out of this fate. It simply had to go somewhere Lionel could not. But for every second it didn't take one of these options, the more certain Lionel became of a few things. First, the Shadow Sovereign was already running out of time. And second, it seemed this incorporeal state didn't allow absolute freedom. At that moment, the shadow suddenly came to a grinding halt, but Lionel was prepared, stopping just as quickly. However, what he wasn't prepared for was the Shadow Sovereign to suddenly hack up a mouthful of blood. In one moment, Lionel felt like he was piercing through air, and in the next, the weight of flesh pressing around his blade was all too obvious. This should have been a good thing. He should have just found the limits of the Shadow Sovereign. But Lionel's instincts told him different. The Shadow Sovereign had chosen to do this on purpose. On cue, twin swords crossed around Lionel's neck. It seemed the Shadow Sovereign had chosen to use the same trick as Lionel, exchanging injury for devastation. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1379, published at 11th of November, 2022, 6:48 and 23 seconds a.m. Chapter 1379. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1379. Yin-Yang at that moment, hanging on the verge of life and death, a twin pair of swords ready to sever his head from his neck. Lionel was calmer than he had ever been. In fact, he was frighteningly so, to the point one would have thought that he was watching a movie play out before him rather than experiencing this himself. But the difference was that even while watching a movie, an observer would have shown more of an expression than he did. In that instant, his irises flashed with a pair of golden-red runes, his hidden bronze runes suddenly becoming lit ablaze as a crimson light raced across them and up his neck. Clang! This time, Lionel was certain. Even without being able to see its face, he knew for a fact that its expression had been warped in shock. The twin pair of swords clanged against Lionel's neck as though they were meeting two sides of a steel wall. All of the force that had once coated them crumbled, being destroyed by an odd force field that filled one with an impending sense of danger. Who said destruction could only be used for offense? Lionel's spear ripped upward, slicing through the shadow's body. He showed not even the slightest hint of mercy, his gaze remaining cold from start to finish. Just as he finally managed to slice its skull in two, the spear force he had been forcefully holding together shattered into motes of light. But the resulting explosion also took with it the head of the shadow, causing its skull to also explode. Lionel looked toward this scene and shook his head. He had heard the crack before, but it was truly unfortunate. His spear force was the most powerful when his Scarlet Star force was infused into it, but it couldn't retain its structure. It had only lasted a few minutes before shattering, a time that would have been even shorter had Lionel actually been clashing with it instead of just leaving it in what was ultimately thin air, considering the shadow had spent most of its time incorporeal. Still, this result was satisfactory. He had managed to overwhelm the shadow with his mind and take it out with minimal effort. This was definitely a good thing, because this shadow seemed to be a top 3 threat amongst them all. Taking it out now removed a huge burden from his shoulders. My spear force seems to still be lacking. I don't think it's a problem of its level. If it can't handle 4th-dimensional Scarlet Star force now as a 5th-dimensional blade force, then ITLL never be able to handle it in the future. It needs to evolve beyond its current means without reaching the 6th dimension. This thought made Lionel wonder if he had progressed his bow force too fast. Was there anything he had missed in that time? Lionel retracted his spear, spinning on his heels and rushing toward Aina. She had been blocking the first shadow for him all this time, and though she was doing fine, it would be best if they could team up and take out yet another shadow. From what Lionel could tell, he was the only one to have killed a shadow at all. If things continued like this, it would become troublesome. Conan, his cousin Gunter, and Simona, along with their subordinates, had already formed one resistance group. Armand and John had formed another. Finally, Rosen and a few others formed the last. A balance seemed to have been struck, but it had once again entered a lull that made Lionel uncomfortable, especially after so many gazes locked onto him. The moment the Shadow Sovereign had fallen, piercing auras threatened to rip Lionel to shreds. Boom! Lionel stomped a foot down, hard, his head suddenly snapping backward. What remained of the shadow, Sovereign Shadow, had shattered like dry ice falling to the ground. Tendrils of darkness spread out wildly, scratching and clawing at the earth and lapping up the slowly moistening ground. Lionel's expression became a fusion of slight shock and confusion. Was there possibly an ability of the dimensional verse capable of bringing someone back from the dead? Or was it really possible that his attack just now hadn't killed this person? Lionel might have been able to accept something like that if he had just used normal spear force, but he had used his Scarlet Star force as well, and it had even exploded, taking the Shadow's head with it. How is any of this possible? The tendrils of Shadow suddenly shot together, forming a large ball of black that burst in the next instant, revealing a figure Lionel understood even less. It had short legs and arms, and seemed to be covered by incorporeal fur. It had a round, sturdy belly, and it stood at over 3 meters tall. Its 2 eyes were surrounded by an abyss of black along with its ears, but much of the rest of it out of its limbs shimmered with a sparkling white. A panda? It felt like more than if there was ever an emperor of pandas recognized by all, this would be it. This creature felt almost too majestic, to the point that Lionel almost mistook it for being real for just a moment. He could tell that this was just an illusory, it didn't have a tangible form. In fact, it was a lot like his beast constructs when he used the Luxnix family force arts. The Luxnix force arts, and much of their techniques, should come from the bronze tablet. Are these things related? Lionel's pupils constricted. The shimmering white fur of the glowed brighter and brighter, the moistness of the ground suddenly vanishing as it was all swallowed. It was clear that the Shadow Sovereign was using this to heal itself. But that wasn't the problem. Lionel had already accounted for this possibility, but the injuries he had left behind should have been far too devastating to even think of doing something like this. Yin-Yang Domain. The oppression of the Shadow Domain around Lionel suddenly increased by tenfold. Chapter 1380. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 25 seconds a.m. Chapter 1380. Realization: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1380. Realization: Lionel's expression changed. It wasn't because of the pressure, but rather because he felt as though his control over the light element had practically just vanished. To make matters worse, that extended to his Scarlet Star Force as well, leaving him baffled. The majestic panda swung a paw. It was a simple action, with hardly any effort put behind it, and yet it almost instantly felt as though the entire world was falling onto him from above. Shit! Lionel dove out of the way, his wings flapping once when he was already out of the way. Boom! The entire cavern quaked, the location where Lionel had just been standing suddenly gaining a paw print that was easily a meter deep. Lionel's expression flickered. That level of strength was ridiculous. Slicing the earth apart or destroying it was one matter, but compressing so much when it was already so sturdy? That was absolutely ridiculous. Had that attack landed on him. Unless he used his destruction to flood his runes again, he didn't think a single bone would survive being shattered. Old man, don't you think you've been quiet enough? I know you know something. Is this shadow just unkillable? Should I run? Lionel had never seen an ability allow someone to survive having their head explode. He had no way of telling how many more times the Shadow Panda could repeat that sort of action. The situation was already precarious, and he was pushing it by remaining here instead of finding a way to run. If things fell any further out of their favor, Lionel wouldn't care about what benefits they could get here any longer. He would take Aina and run. It's an Aurora Black Panda. Lionel's figure flickered. He tried to approach the panda, but it felt as though the laws of nature itself were stopping him. Every step closer he took to the Shadow Panda, it was like his weight would double, his feet becoming filled with lead and his blood running cold. To make matters worse, his control over force would also be slowly ripped away. What does that mean? The Aurora Black Panda is the third in the shadow line of evolution. It's the equivalent in strength of the starry-tailed fox in our lineage. So, it's a lineage factor at the pinnacle of the seventh dimension. Yes. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, Lionel diverted his attention back to Aina to make sure she was faring all right, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that she was actually winning. The longer she battled, the more of an advantage she seemed to gain. Seeing this, Lionel turned his attention away from her entirely. He couldn't afford to keep diverting his brain power. He really did just need to trust her. But it shouldn't be so strong. Why is it so strong? Lionel's metal synergy lineage factor was also considered to be at that level, if not beyond when the fifth door was taken into account, but he couldn't bring out nearly this much power. Of course, that was because most of its strength should be gate-kept behind the doors he had yet to open. But still, this Aurora Black Panda lineage factor should be similar. The Metal Synergy lineage factor had doorways, and the Aurora Black Panda lineage factor should have awakenings. This was the trade-off. It's not powerful, you're just weak. If it wasn't for the situation, Lionel would have truly rolled his eyes. Couldn't this old man go a single day without spewing this nonsense? The shadows seemed to still be waiting for something. The trump card of the Raypax had yet to be sprung, and Lionel didn't believe for a second that Amory didn't have the ability to at least kill a shadow just as quickly as he had, and yet despite paying keen attention all this time, he had yet to see anything of the sort. Lionel realized that he was running out of time to decide whether or not he should run. Yet this old man was insistent on playing games. I'm not saying this just to say this, it's the truth. I have limited knowledge about the shadow lineage factors, as I didn't spend much time studying them for various reasons. But I know enough to be considered to have surface information. The Aurora Black Panda's awakening levels are the Healing Branch, the Strength Branch, and the Wisdom Branch. Its Healing Branch works differently from the light lineage factors as it functions similar to life steal. Its strength speaks for itself. You've already seen it. As for the Wisdom Branch, it also manifests differently. Well, at least differently from your Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. The Wisdom Branch of this third level manifests a domain, and unfortunately for you, the Yin-Yang domain is like steroids to a Shadow Sovereign, and that's especially so to you considering the light element is one of your strongest assets. Just explain, am running out of time. The yin-yang domain grants control over the balance of two elements and is especially strong when these two elements are on entirely opposing sides. The rise of one leads to the fall of the other. In addition, as the latter falls, it becomes fuel for the former. This domain is basically sucking away all of your light elemental force and converting it to dark elemental force. This not only makes you weaker, it makes all aspects of the Shadow Sovereign's ability stronger. Lionel's jaw set. Maybe he really should run, then. He doubted that the Shadow Sovereign would be set on following him, at least for now. Considering he had exposed himself to be a Void Palace disciple and a Morales family heir, they knew they could find him again, so they didn't need to take him away now for the sake of the tablet. Damn it. That's a pretty useful domain, and it's 7th dimensional too, so I don't have anything that can easily counter it. Lionel looked at his spear. It had a domain he was looking forward to using, but it was only at the pinnacle of the 6th dimension. It could be possible to counter this Shadow Sovereign with it, since he doubted the Shadow Sovereign had perfected the Aurora Black Panda lineage factor it wielded yet. But this chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net the situation was becoming too volatile. Boom! The panda swiped again, its figure vanishing and reappearing to Lionel's back. Its paw descended like a mighty avalanche, the weight of a mountain crashing down toward Lionel's head. Fuck, if only I had a domain like this. You will. What do you expect? The Shadowtail lineage factor, the equivalent of your Snowy Star lineage factor to them, doesn't have a domain either. Who asked you to spend so much time at the lowest levels because you didn't like the next level? Lionel froze, his steps coming to a grinding halt. What did you just say? What are you doing, Brad? Run. The paw descended from above, ready to squash Lionel into minced meat. Did you just say Shadowtail? Shadowtail, the Umbra family's lineage factor, the very family that had run away from the Three-Finger Cult. The Shadowtail lineage factor was the first in line of the Shadow lineage factors. The paw continued to swing down, the wind pressure alone making Lionel's knees creak. And yet, he remained unmoving, as straight as a javelin. His father's rage and sadness flickered through his memories. He had never seen his dad make such an expression, one of such hurt and fury. This was the cult that had killed his grandfather. Lionel saw red. They'll kill you all. Boom. Chapter 1381. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 24 seconds a.m. Chapter 1381. Worst mistake if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1381 worst mistake. The father Lionel knew was always smiling, always joking, always pointing fun at something. He was a man who didn't take anything seriously, and yet he was the best father Lionel could have ever asked for. There was no one in this world that Lionel respected more, no one he loved more. His father's happiness was his happiness. His father's sadness was his sadness. His father's fury was his fury. Lionel. Many seemed to witness Lionel being crushed beneath a palm that dwarfed the size of his. But in the very moment that such a thing appeared to happen, a towering pillar of crimson shot into the skies, shredding apart the hand that had come above it. Tier 6. Everything in the surroundings was shredded apart. A violent surge of Scarlet Star force shot in from all sides, taking apart the yin-yang domain as though it was never there to begin with. The most violent and destructive force in all of existence made its presence known that day, and in that moment, furiously tearing apart everything in its path. The Shadow Panda was sent flying, a pit of magma and molten earth being left in its original location. With slow and deliberate steps, Lionel walked out of the pit, billowing smoke and harsh heat wafting into the surroundings. The spear in his hand was cracked to the point it seemed it might collapse at any moment. Any shred of clothing he had once had vanished as well. However, at that moment, the halo above his head expanded, scanning down the length of his powerfully chiseled body and rising back up to reveal a glorious armor of bright sky blues and reflective silvers. Space began to rapidly heat and then cool. The rapid changes causing the cracking glass effect of the domain around Lionel to become more and more obvious with each passing second. However, it felt like to the man himself, none of it mattered at all. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed bang. Lionel shot forward, cascading colors of violet, crimson, bronze, and gold circling around him without pause or end. When he reappeared, he was already swinging his spear down from the skies, its momentum making whatever power the shadow panda had behind its strike seem like nothing more than child's play. "You are the destruct." The shadow sovereign spoke again for the first time in several exchanges, but it was already too late to finish its words. Its body was in shambles. Having been in range of Lionel's 8-star formation, an entire side of its body had collapsed, and the paw it had used to swipe down toward Lionel had been shredded to pieces, revealing the true shadow instead. Lionel's crack splintered through what remained of the outer shell like a hot knife through butter, his momentum so fierce that the ground beneath them earned a nice gash all to itself. The shadow just barely managed to dodge out the way, losing just a bit more of his shadow panda construct in the process, but Lionel was absolutely relentless. His spear became like a raging flood dragon, every pierce causing spiraling winds to tear vicious holes through the body of the shadow panda. After 3, there was nothing but a single leg, part of a torso, and its head remaining. After 3 more, the head was shredded to pieces, and there was nothing more than an oversized leg. In a final volley of 3, the shadow coughed up a violent mouthful of blood, their body being sent reeling backward. With a flicker, the shadow vanished into the shadow world. But the moment it appeared once more, Lionel had removed a hand from his spear, reaching it out in a clawing motion and causing the surroundings of the shadow to crack like glass, freezing it in space. The expression of the shadow changed below its cloak, but the constriction only seemed to double down. Lionel's dream force flourished, his hand still being held up. In that moment, the raging fires around him concentrated into thin lines, rapidly racing across the air as each formed the singular gear of an increasingly complex force art. The Shadow Sovereign was about to learn what true destruction was. Lingering in the air, right this very moment, was a thick assortment of Scarlet Star force no one but Lionel could even dream of controlling. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. That there were only 2 options. The first was to allow it to dissipate over time, making the region safer for everyone. The second, though, was to use it to destroy everything. The cry of a bird rose through the skies, the complex lines of force arts suddenly fusing into a rising phoenix, which rose to its tallest height in one flap and shot down in a beam of laser-like crimson light with another. The expressions of all the shadows warped, but it was already too late to do anything. The attack was too powerful. Lionel's fury was too strong, and even if they somehow managed to cross a distance that was much too far, the result would only be their own inevitable destruction. Boom! Lionel's gaze hid coldly behind the visor of his armor. The billowing wind around him and the harsh spike in temperature didn't seem to harm him in the slightest. For the first time, the Raypaks who had focused their attention elsewhere finally focused on the singular young man, standing among smoking shards of ice, falling down around him like twinkling stars reflecting harsh ruby colors. Lionel's figure flickered once more, his speed even more unconscious and untouchable than the past. When he reappeared, the ragged body of the shadow was being gripped by its throat, lifted into the air as the last of its life was slowly being squeezed out, 40% of its body having been charred to black. The flames of the phoenix construct rose again, releasing a cry in the skies and reforming to Lionel's back. 3-finger cult. The atmosphere shifted as soon as Lionel uttered these words, every one of the shadows sending a piercing gaze toward him. Put her down. A baritone voice that made Lionel's heart and lungs tremble within his ribcage called out. However, Lionel continued speaking as though he hadn't heard a thing. Your worst mistake was appearing before me today. Lionel's hand squeezed down, an eruption of Scarlet Star Force following his actions and charring everything in its path to ash. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1382. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 22 seconds a.m., Chapter 1382. Crown and Halo. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1382. Crown and Halo. The corpse vanished as Lionel released his grip. His head slowly tilted upward, his irises having turned entirely crimson. It seemed as though they had gained unfathomable depths, impossible to gauge, impossible even to look straight into. With a single flap of his wings, the ground beneath him cracked and trembled. When his figure became slightly more substantial than a blur, he had appeared amidst Aina's battle with the first shadow, seamlessly, crossing through the parade of blades and sharp wings as though they weren't a danger in the slightest. His spear descended down from the skies, the cracking of its body seeming to be slowly healing with each passing moment. Erupting fiery licks of golden-red flames jetting out from its imperfections. No! The raspy voice of the first shadow called out, but there was no longer a chance. The Scarlet Star Force swirling about Lionel now was firmly within the fifth dimension. To these people here, he was a god and a deity, untouchable and unblemished. Bang! The blade severed the shadow in two, incinerating them to ash before even hitting the ground. At that moment, a third shadow appeared before Lionel, just a step too late. Lionel was almost certain that this was the very same man with the low, baritone voice that had called out for him to stop initially. Unfortunately for him, he had been far too slow. A surging palm aimed directly for Lionel's chest, fast and swift. The air collapsed around it, stacking and fusing. There was no room to move or dodge. The instant Lionel landed on the ground, it had arrived, and a clap of the sound barrier, shattering, matched the timing absolutely perfectly. Boom! The hand doubled in size the instant it collided with Lionel, becoming no different from the Shadow Panda of before. The difference was that this time, rather than being a Shadow Sovereign, this individual seemed to have a vibration-type ability. The power behind this blow alone should have been enough to even tear a Tier 1 6-dimensional existence to shreds in a single strike. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed, and it landed right on Lionel. Vicious winds kicked up, a violent cyclone of wild gusts and gales wreaking havoc toward everything in its path. Aina, who had now ended up to Lionel's back, braced herself for impact, her eyes widening in shock and worry. She didn't understand why Lionel was suddenly so infuriated, but that didn't mean that she wanted to see him hurt. However, what was supposed to come never did. Lionel's gaze shifted down to the palm resting on his chest. This time, two flickering golden runes danced within his crimson irises, sometimes apart, sometimes fusing. Their fluidity was something that one could get lost in for hours on end, only to realize that you were still in the middle of a battle. Lionel's free hand reached out and clamped down on the wrist of the male shadow. The coldness of his eyes, hidden behind the visor of his divine armor, almost permeated through, making one feel that their souls had suddenly been thrown into the abyss of hell's coolest waters, freezing to death in what was nothing more than a single instant. A pained roar left the shadow as it pulled away. But, under the horrified gazes of everyone present, the arm that Lionel still held on to crumbled to ash. If the shadow hadn't forcefully ripped itself away, maybe its entire body would have suffered the same fate. It was then that the flickering and dancing golden runes in Lionel's irises increased from 2 each to 3, making the intensity of the flames around him increase once again. Die! Lionel swung his spear from its downward sloped position, leaving a gorgeous arc of crimson and gold that sliced the shadow in two. There was no suspense, only a final roar of struggle before he suddenly found himself eviscerated. At that moment, the glowing phoenix finally caught up to Lionel once again, spiraling into the air and releasing a sonorous call into the skies. Its beak opened wide, its wings spreading and its chest expanding. With a single bellow, a piercing laser of crimson left its lips, cutting across the battlefield and piercing through two more shadows. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net they stood not a single chance, finding themselves burnt to ash even before they could even call out for help. The fiery pits left in the beam's wake were quickly dodged by those that remained. The heat alone became enough to char their skins and dry their throats. The phoenix shrunk in size by a small measure, but Lionel didn't seem to care in the slightest. With another command, the majestic bird's chest expanded once more, another beam of light cutting across the battlefield, and this time taking out another 3 shadows. Lionel was absolutely relentless. By the time the first beam had landed, he had already crossed through half the battlefield. By the time the second landed, he had reached his destination. His kings might pressure their minds. His Scarlet Star force pressure their bodies. And his relentless want for violence and blood shook their hearts. It was an absolute slaughter. Lionel didn't seem to see any ray packs or humans. Every time he laid eyes on a shadow, it didn't matter who they were fighting, how many were fighting them, if they were winning their battles or if they were losing. It was simply one savage execution after the next, and none of it seemed to be enough. Even crossing Amory's face, he didn't spare the latter a single glance. Piercing his spear into the ground, he caused a volcanic eruption to splinter even the moistening earth. The shadow, who was arguably the most powerful of them all, fighting amidst Amory and the Raypax, suddenly found that it had nothing steady to stand upon. Lionel didn't even bother to retract his spear from the ground, his hands coming together like a twin pair of claws, clamping down toward either side of the shadow's head. It roared in protest, but the space around its skull suddenly cracked like ice-blue glass, freezing it in place to the point it couldn't move in the slightest. Lionel drove his knee upward, an enraged roar leaving his throat as he slammed his kneecap into the shadow's head. An explosion of ice, space, and fire spiraled out in all directions as a headless corpse fell to the ground. Lionel stood in the middle of the battlefield, no one within a 10-meter radius of him, except for a litter of corpses. The crown of a king graced his forehead. The halo of a god graced his presence. Chapter 1383. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 1383. Good luck if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1383. Good luck in the skies above the Raypax nest. Far above where their protections lay, a raging battle was ongoing. On one side, there were the elites amongst the Raypax, and on the other there were the shadows of the Three-Finger Cult. If anyone saw this level of battle, they would realize that it is this that would decide the fates of all those below, and not whatever petty squabbles the youths had gotten into. If Lionel saw it, he would come to understand that this was what was truly going on and why it seemed the Raypax had such lackluster preparation. However, upon realizing this, he would also gain himself another question. Where did Amory fit in all of this? The only explanation, then, was that Amory had a method of leaving this place outside of conventional means. On another hand, though, this also meant that the youths who had chosen to run away instead were suddenly in a precarious position. Leaving was impossible for them. There was danger on the inside, and there was most definitely danger on the outside. A group of youths who had had every intention of rushing away and finding a path back to human domain territory within the void battlefield were stuck. They had made it to the outskirts of the nest, only to find that there was nowhere to go. A few brave souls had tried to cross the barrier, as there didn't seem to be anything stopping them, but the result was devastating. The Raypaks and the Shadows didn't even pay attention to these youths, and they were even thousands of kilometers up into the sky, and yet the reverberations of their battle alone was enough to blast everyone who tried to escape into minced meat. The youth found themselves at a loss, not knowing what to do. Running was suicide. Staying was also suicide. What kind of selection was this supposed to be? Among these youths were, surprisingly, Miguel and Noah. They observed the situation with placid expressions, feeling neither fear nor apprehension. However, even if they had no outward showing of emotion, they still weren't taking this matter lightly. The both of them wanted to find a path to survival, and they also both seemed to realize that just staying here wouldn't do them any good either. Everyone was working under the assumption that the Void Palace wouldn't give them an impossible selection to complete, so there had to be a way, being completely ignorant to the true inner workings of this matter. It would be difficult for any of them to survive this at all if things continued like this. But maybe the god of fortune had truly smiled down upon this generation. Not only had this god given this generation more talent than maybe every other before it, but it just so happened to hand them a savior this time as well. Velasco scratched his head, feeling annoyed. He really was this close to being in the embrace of his wife. He already knew that Eleanor wouldn't allow him any intimacy with a clone. That was nothing more than a pipe dream. But he could have at least gotten himself some cuddles and softness. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Unfortunately, these damn kids were so annoying. In truth, he didn't give a single care if all of these children died. The unfortunate part of it all was that his little nephew was part of them. He quite liked his little nephew and couldn't just leave him like this. If Lionel could hear his father's thoughts, he would be speechless. Where was this care and affection for his own son? Why did it sound like he cared about Noah far more than he did Lionel? By all rights, Lionel was technically in an even more dangerous situation because he wasn't even close to leaving. Lionel would definitely have to give his old man a piece of his mind. It really is you. Velasco continued to scratch his head for a moment before switching over to picking at his ears. It was as though he hadn't heard the voice that had so suddenly appeared his back at all. And yet, this individual didn't do a single thing either. If one knew who this person was, they would have been shocked to an absolute extreme. This sort of apprehension wasn't the sort of trait one would ever expect them to exhibit. There were many ranks amongst the three-finger cult. However, one of the highest was the title of scholar. No one knew exactly how large or widespread the three-finger cult was, but what a select few did know was that there were only 5 confirmed scholars. Every time they appeared, it would without a doubt be during a very important mission. And without a doubt, this mission would succeed. I understand. This is just an avatar of yours. It's no wonder you haven't done anything. There shouldn't be much of anything you can do. The scholar seemed to visibly relax when he came to this conclusion before his gaze swept over the location Velasco had been observing. If you would like, I won't stop you from taking away those children. Consider it a favor. Their lives and deaths aren't worth much to me anyway. Velasco finally seemed satisfied with how clean his ear was, pulling out his pinky and blowing on it. A shadow sovereign shouldn't be enough for the three-finger cult to make this move. Oh, you're interested in our goals? You're correct. We do indeed have quite the large assortment of shadow sovereigns. 1614 from my recollection. 1615 truly isn't enough for me to make a move. When it comes to blood sovereigns, though, the scholar didn't say anything more, chuckling lightly. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net interesting. Velasco yawned. He took a step forward and vanished, appearing before the barrier of youths. When Noah saw him, his brows couldn't help but shoot up. Come on, kiddos. I'm here to escort you away. Girls, please keep your panties to yourselves. I'm a married man. As for you lads, I don't swing that way. Sorry to disappoint. Velasco waved a hand, and the barrier retracted. He turned, beginning to bring everyone along with him. In the skies, the scholar sneered. His face, obscured by shadows, twisted, jagged teeth dripping with blood and flesh barely being hidden beneath the dense black. His palms suddenly waved, his cock almost standing at attention when he thought of the feeling of euphoria he would experience not only killing so many people, but especially Velasco himself, even if it was nothing more than an avatar. However, before he could swing down, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, his entire body freezing over as though it had been dunked into a vat of ice water. At some unknown time, Velasco had appeared in front of him, just barely off the side. He placed a palm on his shoulder, leaning forward until his mouth was barely a half-foot away from the scholar's ear. Just as stupid as always. You three-finger cult members are all the same. I didn't make a move before only because I can't be bothered to deal with small fry, but it seems that you didn't take the new lease on life I gave you seriously. In that instant, the shoulder Velasco touched crumbled along with an entire half of the scholar's body. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing just but half a hip, torso, and head. The scholar stood shivering in the skies, Velasco's breath still feeling searing hot on its ear. If you manage to survive this, you should learn to count again, by the way. You only have 1613 now. I would also warn you, my son's temper seems worse than mine and my father's. Even if you sent that variant invalid, things probably won't work out so well for you, especially if he finds out you're targeting his little girlfriend. Good luck, though. Velasco turned and vanished once more, the kids below being none the wiser. Maybe I raised that brat wrong. He was supposed to be the calm and cool-headed one. Forget it. If worst comes to worst, he'll just have to have my beautiful Alienor pop out another one for me. As for Lionel's safety, Velasco truly didn't care. As far as he was concerned, any son of his wouldn't have any trouble with even 10 times the odds stacked against them. Chapter 1384. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 18 seconds a.m. Chapter 1384. SKRE. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1384. SKRE. Lionel took deep breaths, but he didn't seem to be very tired. It was as though the billowing steam coming off of him painted the illusion that he was heaving much harder than he actually was. Fear and apprehension colored the faces of those in the surroundings. They were suddenly almost too obviously aware that there was no one here capable of withstanding those flames. The prowess of Scarlet Star Force was obvious for all to see, blatantly within their faces. Even the likes of Conan, who had been certain that it would all be meaningless the moment he stepped onto the god path, couldn't help but hold his breath slightly. In one moment, there had been a raging battle going on, and yet in the next, it had all been ended by a singular young man who entered a fit of rage. It was difficult even to fuse the images of the smiling young man from before with the one before them now. Despite the arrogant words he had spoken previously, the joking tone within them and the smile on his face made it difficult to hate Lionel. However, right now, with his face hidden behind a visor and his body wreathed in flames and shards of sparkling ice, it felt difficult to humanize him. He was a monster, an insurmountable mountain. He was exactly as powerful as he needed to be in a given situation, and if you thought him to be weak, well, maybe you should look in the mirror and see if you were worthy of him putting in any effort. At that moment, the ceiling cracked and splintered, a shimmering amethyst token falling from above. Lionel only reached out a palm, and it seemed to fall into it, as though he had commanded it to do so. He turned back and grabbed his spear, ripping it out from the ground and ignoring the spurt of molten rock that threatened to cover him from head to toe. His body seemed to still be fuming, almost like it was enraged that there weren't any other enemies left to battle. Just thinking this was absolutely ridiculous, especially since there were still a large contingent of Raypaks still remaining. As though to confirm exactly this, when Lionel turned back, he found an enormous ruined Raypax looming over him. Its silvery armor was etched in gold runes, and even with its poor, curved posture, it towered over Lionel by at least 2 meters. Lionel looked up, his body uncaring and unmoved as he stared into what he thought would have to be the Raypax's eyes. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. And then if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update, speed the low, almost growl-like breathing of the Raypax echoed through the cavern. The surging tides of water only barely managing to remain relevant in low hums beneath its baritone. The chest of the gold-runed Raypax rumbled, its plated carapace expanding and contracting along with its breath. Its mouth opened up to reveal 2 rows of long, transparent teeth, each with its own floating golden runes within. These runes happened to match the exact kind that could be found on the claws of its feet, the precise sign of a 7th-dimensional Raypax. Its long tongue dripped with saliva sliding out of its mouth. Lionel could see the individual imperfections and roughness along it, almost making the blackish-red tongue look a lot more like a piece of sandpaper than flesh. Hints of saliva dripped downward and toward Lionel. But before they could even reach within a meter of him, it was all incinerated to ash. If Lionel cared to ask Y-Star Order about this right this moment, he would understand that this was a Raypax method of showing excitement and eagerness. There was a reason that this was the very first time Lionel was seeing any one of their mouths. The Raypax were warriors, bred for this purpose since their youth. From the moment they were sentient of anything, they had already begun to fight for their lives, and even after reaching adulthood, they continued to do so. Whether male, female, young, or old, a Raypax would die on the battlefield, and they lived for that sort of thrill. Lionel was too enraged to see it at first, thinking this to just be another challenge, another head he had to slice off. However, the longer it went on, the more Lionel's gaze seemed to waver. He could feel it. The thoughts of this Raypax. No, its last thoughts. Lionel hadn't considered something very important. These Raypax were so weak now despite having been 7th-dimensional in their primes because they had poured all of their life force into this egg. But what now? Would they just recover given enough time? Lionel now understood he had been too naive. When Y-Star Order said that the Raypax went even further when such a talent was born, even using living Raypax, he never said they would get to live. These Raypax Lionel was seeing now were already on their last legs, just a few hours away from breathing their last. He could feel the wall of emotions coming from this Raypax now. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net excitement, eagerness, regret. Regret that it didn't get to watch Lionel grow. Regret that it couldn't wait to fight Lionel when he had reached his full potential. Regret that this would be the last chance he would get to face such a warrior. Lionel's expression flickered, his cold gaze softening and his heart skipping a beat. He looked past the Raypax, his eyes landing on the egg. The emotions were different, but they still felt so real. Not quite human, but who said that only the human experience mattered? He had been so caught up in the Raypax being the others. He had even taken Y-Star Order's word at face value, believing this egg to be not much different from a beast crystal you could absorb. But that's not an egg. That's a baby that's carrying the hopes and aspirations of its parents and seniors on its shoulders. Lionel's shoulders relaxed, his gaze locking onto the Raypax again. You want to fight? Scree. Let's fight then. They'll give you the send-off you want. Boom. The ceiling above suddenly came crashing down. Before Lionel could react, a figure fell from the skies, landing on the gold-ruined Raypax before him and squashing it to meat paste. Lionel stood, frozen. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1385, published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 17 seconds a.m. Chapter 1385, My Queen. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1385, My Queen. The figure was enormous, just as big as the previously standing gold-ruined Raypax had been, and yet somehow far heavier. Standing at 4 meters tall, and with a body covered in hair and bee skin, He looked like a Goliath straight from biblical tales. His waist was as wide as a barrel, his arms as thick as legs, and his legs as thick as pythons. He was covered in hair from head to toe, down to his legs and arms, and most definitely his chest and torso. His hair was a wild mane of white, and his beard followed suit. But what was the most shocking was the fact his eyes were nothing but orbs of white. Immediately, everyone understood. Variant Invalid. The Variant Invalid took a breath, and it suddenly felt as though all the air in the surroundings had surged toward it. Some of the weaker youths were forced to grab a hold of something before they were inadvertently sent flying toward what was clearly an enemy. The Variant Invalid exhaled and patted its torso. However, the sound was a lot more like metal crashing against metal than flesh meeting flesh. This air smells like shit. How do you Raypax live here? Have a little sense of pride. Ah, fuck it. The Variant Invalid took another large sniff, and its head finally locked in a particular direction before a wide, white smile plastered itself across its face. At that moment, the Variant Invalid's white hair and beard looked almost ethereal. If one wanted to depict a perfect representation of Zeus, maybe there would be no one better than it. Excellent, 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 excellent. The booming voice of the Variant Invalid caused the cavern to rumble. My queen, my blood sovereign, I have finally found you. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update, speed. The uproarious laughter of the Variant Invalid rocked the cavern. Its gaze of wild lust locked onto Aina and refusing to move to another place. In that moment, Aina seemed to be plunged back into a well of memories she wanted nothing more than to forget. That familiar feeling of weakness and helplessness when her life hung in the balance, and yet she could do nothing to take control of it. It all came back. However, this Aina was no longer the Aina of back then. The crippling feeling of fear and apprehension suddenly became nothing more than an unfettered rage. Almost the instant the Variant Invalid had laid eyes on her, her hair began to billow in the winds, her canines growing another length as even the dark, black tattoos that covered her body gained themselves a tinge of crimson. Her battle axe trembled, a crimson light wafting from it. She and it wanted nothing more than to hack this bastard before them to shreds. At that moment, hearing the words the Variant Invalid spoke, Lionel's gaze slowly looked up from the gold-ruined Raypax. All that had been left of it was its head, its tongue still hanging out as though to freeze its feelings of excitement in its final moments, only for it to be robbed away. You may call me the Steel Beastmaster. Come, tell me, my queen, what is your name? Our offspring will be legendary. Boom! The laughing of the Variant Invalid suddenly came to a grinding halt, its body shooting out like a speeding bullet. One would have thought that it weighed no more than a feather would, instead of being heavy enough to crush a Raypax to death given its outgoing speed. And yet, reality was right before them all now. Lionel hadn't moved a single inch, but his Scarlet Star Phoenix most definitely had, sending another barreling beam of Scarlet Star Force right into the chest of the so-called Steel Beastmaster. Boom, boom, boom. The Steel Beastmaster crashed into the walls, surging out into the tide of green liquids once again. Lionel stared into the distance, his gaze lowering down to the Raypax once more. The green waters around it lapped at its body, beginning to dissolve it already. Soon, the Raypax would become much like its ancestors before it, completing the cycle and becoming the nurturing liquid of future generations. Lionel watched this scene silently, not saying a word and not moving in the slightest. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, the human experience wasn't all he wanted to capture. He had Oryx beneath his wings now, and how easy would it have been for him to dehumanize them? There were countless lived experiences in a place as large as the universe. Who was he to decide which ones mattered more than the other? They'll make sure no one touches your junior. Bang! In that moment, another hole in the wall shattered, and a familiar, enormous figure landed heavily on the ground. Its chest was charred, and the white hairs in the area were entirely singed. In some areas, wounds as deep as bone lay. But just as quickly as they had appeared, layers of skin and cracked bone fell to be replaced by a healthier, stouter flesh. Lionel's head raised again. In the blink of an eye, the steel beastmaster had closed the distance, standing over the dissolved corpse of the gold-runed Rapax and towering over Lionel. "You have!" Bang! The variant invalid was sent flying once more. However, this time, before it could crash through the walls, Lionel's figure had flickered and vanished, appearing above its head. Shine! 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 Lionel reinforced his spear force, controlling his phoenix to flood into his spear and fuse it until it glowed a fierce red-gold color that radiated enough heat to burn a person to ash. He swung down, his momentum not falling even the slightest bit. The expression of the steel beast master warped. One of its behemoth-sized legs kicked at the air, causing a strong wind pressure to knock it to the side. However, it was still too slow. PCHU. All the defenses in the world couldn't save its arm. The limb flew and spiraled through the air, a spurt of blood following its trajectory as the steel beast master crashed heavily to the ground. Lionel landed as light as a feather, his soft steps ringing out as his crown and halo continued to glow. Chapter 1386. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 14 seconds a.m. Chapter 1386. Let LT if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again 1386. Let LT Mini couldn't believe what they were seeing. A variant invalid was considered to be the pinnacle of their dimension, especially when one was at the quasi-6 dimension like this one. Scarlet Star Force should have only been enough to place them on even ground, not enough for Lionel to overwhelm one to this extent. However, he made it look like it was easy, as though there wasn't anything special at all about what he was doing. Lionel's mind was simply too focused, too cool, too calculated. Nothing escaped his vision. Even the slightest twitch was accounted by him and countered in the most efficient way possible. At the same time, Lionel's spear domain lineage factor seemed to fuse with his dream control ability index. Now that his mind had entered the 6th dimension, the fuel given to his spear was on a completely different level. Every instinct, every possibility, every potential counter was refined to the absolute extreme. Lionel knew quite well that he was running out of 5th-dimensional Scarlet Star Force. Once it was gone, it was gone. He didn't know how the creator of had done it, but it didn't matter right now. All he knew was that this variant invalid would fall beneath his blade. The steel beast master slammed a palm to the ground, shooting up. Its expression was like that of a roaring lion, furious and warped, the lines of his flexing features making him look more alien than anything human. It looked at its stump, the wound having already been cauterized by the residual heat of Lionel's swing. The constant burning made it impossible for its healing factor to kick in, leaving it effectively armless until it could break free from the situation. But was that ever something that Lionel would allow? Even if he wasn't absolutely furious about the last moments of the gold-runed Rapax, where did this bastard get off thinking that he could do as he pleased with his woman? Shouting and bloviating about their future children and who wasn't now his queen, not bothering to even look down and notice that there was a furious man right beneath him. Lionel's spear swung out again, taking with it another arm. The variant invalid's expression was filled with shock. It had most definitely dodged. How had it still ended up losing yet another arm? And if Lionel could so precisely see through its movements, why hadn't it just taken its head yet? It was then that it suddenly sunk in for the Steel Beast Master. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update, speed. A low chuckle left its mouth, shining through his sharp teeth. It had spent its whole life as the predator from the time it was an invalid, swallowing its own kin, To the point it evolved beyond that and became a variant invalid before eventually being recruited by the Three-Finger Cult. In truth, it was only chosen for this mission because it was the only one that could pass through the Rapax barrier. Once it brought Aina back, it wouldn't even be in line to use her, let alone claiming her as queen. This was meant to be its chance. Another swipe of a spear took out the variant invalid's legs and forced it to its knees. Lionel stepped forward, but he suddenly found that a fuming beauty had appeared to his side. "Let it heal," Aina said slowly. Lionel cast a gaze to the side for a moment and retracted his spear and even his armor. He took a step to the side and found a stone to sit on, removing a beast cloth from the segmented cube to cover a small bit of his decency. A dull bang sounded as Aina lowered her axe hilt to the ground, her hair fluttering wildly. Despite being forced to its knees, the Steel Beastmaster was still more than a head taller than Aina. And yet, her aura seemed to stifle it entirely. For a moment, the Steel Beastmaster was stunned that this was happening, but a low rumbling chuckle eventually left it. In that moment, its arm's stumps imploded as a jet of blood flying outward. But, with it, it took much of Lionel's Scarlet Star force. Before the eyes of everyone, its arms regrew and its legs healed. When it rose up, its furious mane was back, and the furious glint in its eyes was undeniable. Aina swung her axe the moment it stood to its full height. However, the Steel Beastmaster didn't even move, its torso flexing and its gaze looking down toward Aina without a hint of lost confidence. Clang! Boom! The ground beneath their feet shattered like cobwebs, but the variant invalid didn't move a single inch, its flexed torso meeting Aina's battle axe as though its blade was a blunt butter knife. "The worst mistake you could have made was not killing me when you had the chance. They'll be sure to savor each and every one of your deaths, except for you, of course. You'll be the witness to it all." Aina didn't say a single word, at least not immediately. Her hair fluttered, her feet pressed into the splintered ground, her arms flexed, and her thighs bulged. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. NetDie. The Steel Beastmaster's expression changed. A sudden, overwhelming pressure pressed forward, nosing it off its feet. In the next instant, it found itself speed away once again, its body leaving harsh licks of flame in its wake as the atmosphere whined and groaned. Bang! The ground beneath Aina's feet sunk by another measure as the Steel Beastmaster skid along the ground. It quickly flipped to its feet, his expression filled with shock as it looked down. There was a shallow wound across its torso, barely deeper than a paper cut and only about a foot in length. Compared to the rest of its body, it was impossibly small. However, it was just enough to drip with blood at that moment a strong suction force pulled at it. Though it quickly cut off the feeling, by the time it looked up, a globule of blood as large as its head had already appeared above Aina's palm. The blood thrummed with vitality, shimmering with blinding lights. Aina's palm drew an arc across the air, causing the globule of blood to spread into the form of a blade. An axe blade. Her battle axe stretched outward, allowing the blood to coat it. The effects of this blood would be far more powerful if she ingested it. However, she didn't want anything to do with this variant invalid. She didn't want its apology, she didn't want its remorse, and she most definitely didn't want its strength. She only wanted its death. Aina swung her battle axe as the Steel Beastmaster's expression widened. It suddenly realized that it was frozen in place, and there was absolutely nothing it could do to survive. It had been humiliated not just once, but twice in this day alone. This was how it would die. The variant invalid's corpse fell into two pieces, bursting into motes of light that flew toward both Lionel and Aina's bodies. However, Aina rejected it entirely, giving it all to the former. "I would advise that you not take another step toward that egg," Lionel said lightly, not even looking in Amory's direction. Chapter 1387. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 12 seconds a.m. Chapter 1387. At once, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1387. At once, Lionel's words seemed to light a fuse under an atmosphere that just barely seemed to be calming. Many more had survived than one would have thought, much due to Lionel's previous actions. However, in that moment, everyone seemed to remember the original reason why they had all suddenly ended up in this place. Amory seemed to not have heard Lionel at all, his expression just the same as always. And, oddly enough, despite him continuing to walk and even close in on the egg, Lionel still hadn't looked in his direction. The youths no longer had much of a choice. There were 2 amethyst tokens handed out this year, and it felt that neither was undeserving. The tension alone seemed to prove this. In any other situation, those who knew well of Amory's strength would have called Lionel foolish. In fact, even at this point, the bias toward him was still very much real. The difference was that it was far less vocal than it had been in the past. Amory stepped through the maze of eggs, ignoring them all. By this point, the Rapax that remained had grown too weak to do much of anything. The sudden appearance of the shadows had taken out a lot of their remaining strength, and the reinforcements they had been waiting on still hadn't appeared. It was unlikely at this point that they would ever appear now. The strongest of them was the only one that had still had the strength to move around. However, he had found himself crushed by the variant invalid even before he could go out in his final blaze of glory. Lionel watched silently as the Rapax gathered up the last of their strength, pushing themselves up from the ground and steadily walking toward Amory. Lionel didn't do anything as Amory brandished his sword, cutting them down one after another. No matter how many Rapax fell, another would appear in their place. Even in their final moments, as they breathed their last and fell to the ground, they took special attention not to harm the eggs around them. Lionel would almost see through their thoughts entirely. They felt that even if the worst case happened and their future king was taken away and killed, at least what remained of the younger generation would be able to hold them up. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Then if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, Amory didn't spare these eggs a glance. However, Lionel could tell that he didn't take any special care to hold himself back from harming them either. If it wasn't for the Rapax using their bodies, at least a dozen eggs would have already been sliced completely through, their lives becoming forfeit before they could even begin to live it. Lionel suddenly sensed a shadow looming overhead, a pair of hands clasping his cheeks and jaw and lifting his head up. He hadn't even noticed, but sitting on this damned rock, his posture had been as terrible as a Rapax, slouched and curved, his gaze transfixed to the ground. With his back to everything that was happening, it was his internal sight that aided him in spectating everything. Aina felt her heart sink when she saw Lionel's expression. His eyes were sunken and dark as though he hadn't slept in years. His face was covered in sweat that drenched her palms, and his skin felt as scalding as the surface of the sun. He was tired, and how couldn't he be? Rage could only take you so far. Using his six-dimensional mind was taxing. Wielding and restraining atmospheric Scarlet Star Force was taxing. Claiming a quasi-gold spear was taxing. He hadn't even managed to have a break all this time. Ever since he had stepped foot into Void Palace territory, it was a constant battle, a constant war. The reason he hadn't moved to stop Amory yet was because he was using the distance the latter had yet to cover as a small buffer to catch his breath. And yet, Lionel grinned. "What? Am I that handsome? You look stunned." Aina was stunned for a moment, not even knowing how to react. She suddenly felt that maybe Lionel and his father weren't so different after all. It's fine, you know. You don't have to save everyone. If you'd been a little less stubborn, they all could have taken a lot of burden away from you. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Ned Aina wasn't wrong. Whether it was the shadows, the Rapax, and especially the variant invalid, if Lionel had been just a little less hot-tempered, it would have been everyone's burden to deal with. Things had started off with Amory being the only tired one, to suddenly him having had the time to recover while it was now Lionel who was coughing up a lung. Lionel chuckled. It was never about them or saving people. He just wanted to chop off a few heads. He just hadn't accounted for the fact that he would actually want to save a baby Rapax now. Before, he had already decided to trade off giving up on the egg in exchange for teaching the three-finger cult a lesson. Well, now that he thought about it, that decision was pretty reckless too. The three-finger cult wasn't going anywhere, but a shadow's sovereign ability in his hands would be an extraordinary boon to his future. By then, it would only be a matter of time before he slaughtered them. But sometimes, Lionel somewhat liked doing the thing that wasn't the most logical. It made him feel more human. Feeling the warmth of Aina's small hands on his face, he smiled. A beauty being worried about his health was pretty nice. What more could a man ask for? Lionel reached out, grabbing his spear and slowly rising until he towered over Aina. At that moment, Amory had reached the egg, the last Rapax having fallen to his feet. He calmly took out an embroidered box, as though there was no one else around him. I expect a reward for gallantly saving the world, Lionel said with a grin, still not looking toward the swordsman. Aina rolled her eyes. If we worked together, dealing with him would be easy. Sure, but I have a few debts to settle first. Amory lightly closed the lid of the box, the egg having vanished. And at that instant, both he and Lionel moved at once. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 1388. Published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 11 seconds a.m. Chapter 1388. Clear line if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button. Again 1388 clear line clang. Spear and sword met. An overwhelming strength traveling up Lionel's arms and making his teeth chatter. Lionel found an uncontrollable force sending him back, his feet gliding along the moist ground as waters continued to flood inward. At this point, it felt that it would only be a matter of time before they were forced to use force to glide atop the green water. Lionel's gaze shifted to Amory's blade, his lip curling when he realized it was the very same wooden sword from the day. He hadn't even bothered to take out anything better, nor did he feel like he had to. There was something very special about Amory's sword force. It was powerful and seemed to be even more useful than a blade itself. It almost felt like blasphemy to use anything other than a wooden sword because that was the only thing that could bring out its true strength. Lionel knew that this was just an illusion, or rather, he deduced that it was an instinctual sharpness of his eye and experience coming to the conclusion. He could see through and understand much more of Amory's force now. And he knew well that it wasn't because of his spear force. Lionel's aura surged, a crown appearing upon his forehead as a shimmering golden spear took up its center. Amory seemed to respond in kind, a bright golden sword forming upon his. Clang, clang, clang. The flurry of exchanges was heated, but there was no doubt who had the upper hand. In swiftness, Amory was faster. In power, Amory was stronger. In skill, Amory was more deft and dexterous, his sword responding to every situation with the relaxation of a leaf blowing in the wind. The battle seemed to carry him from stance to stance, nothing seeming to be too difficult for him to respond to. Cuts began to appear along Lionel's body, Amory's blade treating his metallic skin like thin sheets of paper. Only the most minor of shifts and dodges managed to keep Lionel away from fatal blows, but it felt as though a trap was closing the distance around him. I see. Lionel's expression remained cold and indifferent, the smile he had had for Aina not seeming to be present in the slightest. So that's the difference between them. That's what my spear force is lacking. That's also what my bow force is lacking. It seems that there's a shortcut that fixes all of this. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext. To experience faster update speed bang. Lionel's aura flourished. No matter how tired he was, there would always be one thing that remained unblemished and untainted, untouched by the weaknesses of the world. His will. A dense purple fog rose up, the shimmering halo above Lionel's head vibrating as he stretched out his spear, the glow suddenly infusing into it. Why did Lionel feel such reverence for Amory's swords? Why did Amory dare to call himself the sword deity? It was because his sword embodied those very characteristics. Y-Star Order had already told Lionel that at the highest levels, Force could curate a personality of its own. And in that case, wouldn't that mean that the highest levels of comprehended blade forces would also have to reach such a level? To step into a realm that would be worthy of a life grade? Amory had to spend his whole life honing his blade, refining his force, and tempering his skill in order to birth a sword force that had its own dignity and pride, one that not only embodied strength, but also a loftiness that few could match. However, Lionel didn't have as many years as Amory did, nor did he need to. Lionel's king's might flooded his spear force, causing its bright golden hue to suddenly gain a violet tint. The royal violet gold color it now wafted seemed to elevate it to an all-new level. Bang! The crown upon Lionel's forehead grew a size. The singular golden spear tripled, forming two smaller units to its side, the now semicircular crown glowing with a tinge of purple now as well. I would advise that you hold back, Lionel said coldly, his spear swinging again. Clang! For the first time, Lionel's spear met Amory's blade, and neither took a single step back. The viciousness of their clash was somehow completely understated, not even the slightest wind splintering outward for just a moment. And then, the cascade of booming cacophonies rampaged about, their figures becoming blurs as they weaved in and out of their clashes, the cavern slowly filling up with water as it trembled. Boom! Lionel landed heavily on the ground, his breath heavy. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net Amory landed lightly a distance away. He rose up his sword in a fencing stance, gazing upon his wooden blade with a curious eye. All right, he said lightly. His sword swished downward. In a single motion, it seemed to have flickered and vanished. When Amory's hand rose up once more, a completely different sword had taken its place, reflecting delicate blue lights as rays shone right through it. Shine! A sword howl rose into the skies. It'll show you a small bit of my power, so that you stop wasting my time. I've already said that your spear is weak, and you don't deserve the ring on your finger. I have someone much better for it in mind. I don't fight you because I respect you. I fight you because the things you have would be better served elsewhere. I am called the sword deity, Amory. Be thankful that you'll fall beneath my blade. A rising tempest pierced through the skies. Sword gashes suddenly appeared all around Amory without even his effort. It was as though he was pulling sword force from the surroundings, something that should have been completely impossible. And then it happened. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded, and the howl of level 3 sword force roared through the battlefield. Amory flicked his wrist just a single time, causing a wall of white gold sword force to shoot forward like a raging tsunami. Lionel hurriedly crossed his spear across his chest, but even after bracing himself, he found his feet leaving the ground, his ribcage rattling until it shattered. However, even with the pain racking his body, he couldn't take his eyes off of the nick that had appeared in his spear. It started as a small scratch, but the sword force made it deeper and deeper. And soon, Lionel's eyes widened, his quasi-gold spear splitting in two, a line of sword force gaining a clear path to his chest. Chapter 1389, published at 21st of November, 2022, 9:47 and 10 seconds a.m. Chapter 1389. White lines if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. 1389 white lines PCHU. Lionel flew out, a large mouthful of blood flying from his mouth. But soon, the fountain became so large that no one could be sure whether it came from his lip or his torso. Bang! Lionel crashed heavily against the ground, his mind going somewhat blank for a moment. A blade force capable of slicing apart a weapon a step away from the seventh dimension. Even Lionel's Scarlet Star Force hadn't been able to destroy his current spear, It had weathered his breakthrough in a Tier 6 with only some superficial cracks, and that was in the presence of the strongest fire force in all of existence. It was difficult even to wrap his head around what level of refinement a blade force needed to reach to be able to display such power. But even then, Lionel's mind seemed all too blank to even begin to parse apart something so complex. Compared to Amory, Lionel had only just entered the world of dimensions. He hated losing. In fact, that wasn't a strong phrase. He abhorred it to the very depths of his being. Losing wasn't something he ever really experienced before, but it seemed to be happening a lot in this place. He never really needed to put in any effort to win. And quite frankly, the state of the Milky Way galaxy hadn't done much of anything to change that mindset in him. Those people were weak too. There was nothing that could push him, nothing that could really excite him. It was no wonder he had so arrogantly proclaimed that he would become king of it all. It took his father appearing once again to remind him that there was a taller mountain out there. It was just that easy to get Lionel to change his mind state. A single word from his father, and everything seemed to relax. He allowed himself to open up again, but he had also become that same relaxed kid with hardly a weight on his shoulders. No, it wasn't that the weight wasn't there, it was just that he had seemingly transferred it to his father, letting him carry it for a while so that he could relax. But even with that being the case, he really hated to lose. He really hated it. It was funny for a person like him to have such a disposition. He had coasted through much of life. He coasted through school. He coasted through football. When he entered the dimensional verse, he didn't do much else other than follow Aina, so he coasted again. Then he got in his head that he would become a king. But had he really put all the effort into that he could? He had definitely tricked himself into thinking he did. He had even abandoned the only woman he had ever really cared for, because he was so convinced that he was trying his hardest and his best. But was he? No, not really. Everything was just too boring. Maybe the only excitement he got from the goal of becoming a king was all the naysayers he got because of it. Maybe that was why he had pushed Aina away to begin with. It was much more interesting when it was someone he cared about that doubted him. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, but then she stopped doubting him entirely. And then she became a thorn at his side, constantly reminding him of that very same boredom, again and again, until his father appeared. Like an angel swooping in from the skies, the old man centered him. His father was always the only one that could put him in his place, the only one that could make him feel inferior, the only one that could remind him that he couldn't always have things the way he wanted to have them. Lionel knew exactly what his problem was. It wasn't a goal, it wasn't a lack of aspiration, it was a lack of discipline, a lack of maturity, a childish lashing out by a brat annoyed his dad wasn't always by his side anymore. And suddenly, it made all the sense in the world that his dad had chosen the methods he had to leave him in this world without backing, without support. But even that wasn't true. How many people could have something like the spear domain? How many could have the segmented cube? A bathing of golden light fell from the skies, white gold illusory feathers falling onto Lionel's body as he rose. All right, fine. I guess I can't have everything exactly like I want them. Lionel's palm flipped over, revealing the raging aura of a bow. The roar of twin white lions shook the cavern, an aura the likes of which none here had ever personally experienced before swallowing them whole. Amory, who had already turned away, suddenly looked back, only to find Lionel having already pulled the string of his bow tight. Level 3 bow force flourished, its howls swallowing everything in its path. For today, it'll just defeat you with my bow. As for my spear, if you manage to survive this, that is, you can taste it another time. Amory's expression changed wildly as Lionel's fingers released. Clang! The first arrow had already appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Amory quickly flipped a palm, retrieving his crystalline blue sword and parrying it away. But his hand ended up shooting off and into the air, his grip on his sword almost faltering entirely. Lionel took another step forward and released another arrow. Clang! Amory's expression turned a fiery shade of furious red, his other palm having flipped over to reveal a second sword, this one a crystalline red. Clang! This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net Lionel fired again, and Amory was nearly lifted from his feet, his heels digging into the ground. The latter released a low roar, his force flourishing and the whites of his eyes vanishing into an abyss of blackness. But, as though he hadn't seen anything at all, Lionel just fired again. Clang! Amory's blue sword was knocked away again. Clang! Amory's red sword was knocked away once more. Clang! Amory's robes were torn to pieces, revealing a hidden armor within. Clang! Lionel's arrow landed in the same exact spot once more, knocking Amory off his feet and sending him crashing into an opposing wall. A barrage of arrows seemed to fall from the skies. There was no technique, no deviations. It wasn't even a question where Lionel was aiming. The distance was simply too close, and having entered the range of a sniper, there was no getting out of it. Arrogant. It was even more arrogant than using a wooden sword. He could have aimed for Amory's head. He could have aimed for the joints in his armor. He could have aimed for his wrists and severed his ability to ever hold a sword at all. And yet, he did none of that. It was as though each arrow was another punch, another furious hit, another close combat barrage. Clang! Lionel's arrow landed in the same spot for the third time, causing Amory's inner armor to crack into countless pieces and fall into useless shards. PCHU, another arrow sword. But instead of taking Amory's heart, it took his finger, mangling his hand into the same unrecognizable mess the latter had left Lionel's in all those months ago. Amory fell to a knee. Even with his hand in such a state, he never released the grip on his sword. He only watched in silence as a spatial ring landed in Lionel's hand, the box that had stored the egg now no longer being in his possession. Amory didn't say a word as he rolled his finger over his sword domain heirloom. His figure flickered, vanishing into thin air. Lionel stood tall, his bow still roaring as twin white lions raced around him. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.